The following is a product of Studio 42.
Bounds up the middle. He's got a big seam. He's got a first down and more. Look out. 20, 15, 10. Kiss him goodbye. 56 yards for Knox Bounds on 3rd and 10.
From Studio 42, this is Howe Bulldogs football.
Deep down the field to the right side, looking for Strong. Goes up, comes down with it at the 48. He's off to the races.
Howe Bulldogs football is brought to you by Scoggins Funeral Home, Baker Air Conditioning and Heating, South State Bank, GC Easy, Sonic of Howe.
Intercepted. Eli Stoner down the sideline.
Also brought to you by Brother Plumber, Rock Hill Investments, MTE Fence, Centurion American, Ed Meacham State Farm, Rapid Electric.
No, Bender's going to pull it out of his gut. He's got a lot of room, and he's got a touchdown. Stick that one in the end zone. It's touchdown time in Texas.
Put his foot in the ground, went to the right side, and there was nobody in the stadium going to catch him.
Also brought to you by All-In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights, TechWave, First Baptist Church of Howe, Kingdom Inflatables, Anchors Boat and RV Storage, The Love Cottage.
Knox leaps and bounds into the end zone for a 20-yarder.
It's really the line. When you have 4 cut blocks that leave 4 linemen on the ground, I mean, that's easy work. That's a 75-yarder all day long.
Also brought to you by Howe Athletic Booster Club, Michelle Carney Photography, Texoma Land and Home Team, The Crazy AC Guy.
And with that, Justin White, it is football time in Texas 2025 style.
Now let's open the Rapid Electric tailgate party and join the voice of the Howe Bulldogs, Monty Walker.
Yeah! I love winning, man. I love winning. You hear what I'm saying? It's like better than losing.
The heavy North Texas storms last Friday night may have damaged the victory light, but when it came time to flip the switch, nothing could keep it from shining in downtown Howe. With that heavy rainfall and flip of the switch, it washed away all of the ugliness that had stained the program recently. Head coach Jake Smith notched his first win as a head coach with a crisp and clean win at Bonham, where the Dogs virtually dominated the Warriors. This week features another team in a higher classification. Raider Man, the senior quarterback, will no doubt run and throw the Bowie Jackrabbits up and down the field, but Howe will have to limit his end zone opportunities to come out with another lit V shining over Highway 5. It's Howe versus Bowie, and it's football time in Texas.
You're listening to the Rapid Electric tailgate party.
Here's some things to never mess with if you're not a trained professional. Caging a bulldog. Removing copperheads. And electricity. Don't get shocked. Call Rapid Electric. Rapid Electric is here for all your electrical needs. Just like you wouldn't try to become a pro boxer or president.
Give me a break.
You need a pro to keep your electricity humming. Don't get shocked. Rapid Electric serves the Grayson County area. Call them at 903-421-8100.
If your home or business could talk, what would it say? It may say it would like some privacy or security. Enjoy the beauty and durability of quality fencing from MTE Fence. MTE Fence is a local company specializing in commercial and residential fencing. MTE Fence ranges from wood, aluminum, and chain link fencing. MTE Fence services all of Grayson County and surrounding areas. Go to mtefence.com or call 903-686-9039 for an estimate. MTE Fence has a passion for connection. We are your connection for quality.
All-In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights is proud to sponsor the Pride of Howe, Howe High School's Bandsman of the Week. Your hometown Bulldog alumni-owned and operated business is here for all your seamless gutter and outdoor Christmas lights needs. Give them a call at 903-819-9183 and let them make your house shine really bright this Christmas. All-In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights. Give them a call at 903-819-9183. All-In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights.
This is Bulldogs head coach Jake Smith, and it didn't take me long to get to know where Sonic of Howe is. After practice or games, I like to head down to 105 North Collins Freeway, grab a burger, tots, and a shake. As a matter of fact, I like to say, it's Sonic time in Texas.
Yeah, Coach, that's kind of my thing.
Oh, okay. How about Sonic really brings the hammer down?
Coach, that's kind of my thing.
With Sonic, I'm highly motivated, truly dedicated.
Yeah, Coach, that's another one of my lines.
How about this? It's not just good, it's Sonic good.
Yeah, I like that.
Hey, Steve here, the Crazy AC Guy. We raise top-notch AC units and train the finest service techs west of the Mississippi. And we got a truly crazy deal for you. Get a free furnace with the purchase of a qualified AC condenser coil package. You'd have to be crazy like me to miss this deal. So for all your AC and electrical needs, call us at 903-465-2665 or visit us at crazyacguy.com.
The Crazy AC Guy, where crazy meets quality. You're listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party. Let's join Monty Walker with the MTE Fence Senior Spotlight.
This week's Senior Spotlight is Knox Bounds. Knox, when did you start school in Howe?
I started in 4th grade.
Do you remember who your teacher was?
Yes, my homeroom teacher was Miss Beebe.
Do you have any recollections of elementary school in general?
I remember I moved there at the end of elementary school, so I was kind of figuring out, who my friends were going to be and figuring out the Howe system and all that. So, but middle school was fun though.
Do you have a favorite teacher right now at Howe High School?
Man, that's a hard choice. Respect to all my teachers, but it has to be Miss Nell.
She gets picked every week. It's insane. All right, what about a favorite coach?
I don't know about a favorite coach. I love them all. I don't know if I have a favorite coach.
Okay, all right, we'll just say all of the above. Your sophomore year, you broke onto the scene here as a starting running back. What do you remember most about that season?
I remember it being my first year on varsity, and I was scared but also really excited to prove what I could do. And I remember just having fun. I remember watching the seniors do what they do, and I remember it being so far the most fun year of football I've ever had.
So after that year, you transferred to another district. Where'd you go?
I had to go to Frisco. Not my choice. I had to go because of family stuff, but I went to Frisco.
So I think most Bulldog fans are glad to have you back. Did you miss Howe?
Oh, absolutely, yes. I really, really wanted to come back ever since the moment I left.
You're listening to the MTE Fence Senior Spotlight with Knox Bounds. We'll be right back.
If your home or business could talk, what would it say? It may say it would like some privacy or security. Enjoy the beauty and durability of quality fencing from MTE Fence. MTE Fence is a local company specializing in commercial and residential fencing. MTE Fence ranges from wood, aluminum, and chain link fencing. MTE Fence services all of Grayson County and surrounding areas. Go to mtefence.com or call 903-686-9039 for an estimate. MTE Fence has a passion for connection. We are your connection for quality.
You're listening to the MTE Fence Senior Spotlight with running back and linebacker Knox Bounds. What are your thoughts on head coach Jake Smith and his staff so far?
They've really turned it around, and they've installed a new mindset really in this entire team. It's not like past years where you can get away with cutting corners. This time it's really different, and we're a lot more disciplined than past years, and I think it's going to be really different in my opinion.
You had 2 touchdowns a week ago at Bonham. You've got an experienced offensive line. What was the difference last week opposed to opening night versus Bowie?
I think we really licked our wounds and fixed what we did wrong against Boyd, especially that blitzing. And that blitzing, we didn't really game plan for that, and that's what really got us because they were always blitzing at least 2 people every snap. But now we've really worked on that, and I think we've got it fixed up, and I think we're ready.
Senior year, what are the expectations for this team?
Senior year, or my senior year, I expect us to really be competitors in this district. I really, really do think that. I'm not just saying that to say that. I really think we will be competitors in this district as long as we work hard and we go into the mindset every game of this is not just going to get handed to us. We have to work for this.
As a senior, how do you show your leadership on this team?
I really try and install, you're not just going to get handed things. It's about the way you go into practice, the way you lift. If I could go back, to to my sophomore year, I tell myself to just work harder and to not be like, oh, well, coach is just making us do this, trying to be hard. I don't want to do this. I'll skip a few reps. No, you can't do that. If you want to be different, then you got to do things different, really.
In small schools, great players are expected to go both ways. Most people think of Knox Bounds as a ball carrier, but your team is really good when you're on the field on defense. Knowing that, are you able to sacrifice a snap or two to make sure you can be on the field on defense?
Absolutely. I'll do anything that will benefit this team, no matter if it's on offense or defense. So, yeah, absolutely.
Bowie is another team in a higher classification. How do you stop them?
They got a really good quarterback. I see that number 2. I also see his number 1 target, number 12. And trust me, we see them on film, and we know what they're about. And we're preparing for them, and we'll be ready for them.
Did you watch the OU Michigan game?
I did.
How about that?
Hey, hook 'em horns. That's all I got to say.
Tonight's Senior Spotlight has been brought to you by MTE Fence. You're listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party.
Here's some things to never mess with if you're not a trained professional. Caging a bulldog. Removing copperheads. And electricity. Don't get shocked. Call Rapid Electric. Rapid Electric is here for all your electrical needs. Just like you wouldn't try to become a pro boxer or president.
Give me a break.
You need a pro to keep your electricity humming. Don't get shocked. Rapid Electric serves the Grayson County area. Call them at 903-421-8100. Who's your local plumber? Brother Plumber. It's good to know someone local and someone you can trust when your home or office drops the ball.
Main line break, 15 yards.
Brother Plumber is plumb professional and serves not only Howe, but also all of Grayson County. And you can save yourself 10% if you mention Go Bulldogs. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. We'd love to help. Brother Plumber is one call away at 469-968-4487. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. Remember, Go Bulldogs. At Grayson Cullen Electric Cooperative, GCEC, we have been around for over 80 years and are governed by 7 principles: open and voluntary membership, democratic member control, members' economic participation, autonomy and independence, education, training, and information, cooperation among cooperatives, and concern for community. One of our communities is Howe, Texas, and GCEC is proud to support the Howe Bulldogs. No one wants to talk about losing a loved one. The grief that is put on your family is troublesome. Scoggins Funeral Home strives to make that most difficult time the easiest. We want your loved one to be sent off in the best way possible, with your wishes at heart. Call us at 903-482-5225 or visit our website at scogginsfuneralhome.com. 903-482-5225. Our location on Van Alstyne Parkway makes everything close for your needs. 903-482-5225. Scoggins Funeral Home.
Hey, Steve here, the crazy AC guy. We raise top-notch AC units and train the finest service techs west of the Mississippi. And we got a truly crazy deal for you. Get a free furnace with the purchase of a qualified AC condenser coil package. You'd have to be crazy like me to miss this deal. So for all your AC and electrical needs, call us at 903-465-2665 or visit us at crazyacguy.com.
The Crazy AC Guy, where crazy meets quality. You're listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party. Let's join Monty Walker with the Rock Hill Investments Coach's Corner with Bulldogs head coach Jake Smith.
Coach, congratulations on your first win. It's a night I'm sure you'll never forget, but especially due to the unusual circumstances of the lightning storm.
Yeah, it was good. I guess probably the biggest benefactor of the lightning storm is that we were able to celebrate a little bit longer in the locker room together as a team, because it ultimately is it's about the kids and it's the team factor of it. And so it is a night that we'll never get to forget. And then, the kids had a little celebration. They gave me a game ball when we got back to Howe, and being able to share that special moment with the first group of kids that I truly get to call my own, and especially those seniors, and how they've been able to buy in so well and be able to be a part of that. It's just definitely a night that all of us Howe Bulldogs will never forget.
Did you get any phone calls from coaches maybe in the past congratulating you?
I did. That's the thing that when you know you've got a really tight-knit circle, but you say tight, but it's a lot bigger than what you think it is. All the text messages and phone calls you got, it was nice to see some of those names pop up on my phone, but especially the guys back home in Ennis that have all retired that hold a, soft spot in my heart for them being able to reach out and congratulate me. Really meant a lot.
So after multiple turnovers in the first week against Boyd, your team really looked crisp against Bonham. Talk about that.
Yeah, one thing that we did is that we had about 5 or 6 kids that missed a couple days of practice out of illness. You got the flu going around and strep throat going around. So we actually had to get into some 10 personnel, and what it forced us to do is be a whole lot more simple on that side of the ball. And we identified something that when we got in a specific personnel group or formation, we identified a specific box that they'd give us, and we kept it really simple for the kids, and they went out and executed, and that's something that we're looking forward to in the future.
The offensive line is where you had the most or have the most experience returning. Not a great showing against Boyd in week 1, but they dominated the line of scrimmage at Bonham. What was the difference?
Yeah, I think that was probably the most bright spot going into fall camp was the offensive line because of the 4 kids that were returning starters, but it actually ended up being kind of a disappointment. I think we really lacked being physical, and everything starts up front, and we preach that every single day, and I think that was probably the most disappointing unit against Boyd, and especially that left guard position being musical chairs. But we think we found something in Gavin Snap. He's going to be wearing number 62 from here on out because that 65 was a 2XL and he only fits an XL, which I don't know if that's a good thing for the Howe Bulldogs or not. But I think he solidified that spot for us. But also we shored up pass protection against different looks, and within our scheme, I think we found a unit that can give us some success. But we got a tough outing on Friday night because it's another odd front. I think we're going to see a lot more pressures from them like we did week 1, and especially moving forward with Pilot Point being an odd front, run the 10-1 special. So, but I think that core group of 5 that we have, and then also being able to play multiple kids at the tight end position kind of helped us out.
Maybe Gavin Snap can grow into that 2X one day. Hey, speaking of sophomores, your quarterback starting to look like a veteran here pretty quickly with his reads in the run game and pass game. How good can he be?
Man, as a sophomore, just mentally what he's able to grasp and control, I think sky's the limit with him. Todd Hamill, our quarterback's coach, done a phenomenal job with him. With how much we use him on defense, he's able to get extra reps with Coach Hamill and the JV quarterback with more individual specific, position-specific work, and I think that's done wonders for him. We did what we called ball down period, where we teach the kids situational football, and I pick a different coach each time we do that. I can have the wide receivers coach call the offense, and I can have the corners coach call the defense. Just trying to teach coaches to be coordinators someday, and then also just teach the kids situational football. And also, if the coaches understand the situation, we got to understand what our kids can handle in that moment. So one thing that I did differently, I had Chris Torres, our starting Mike linebacker, call the defense, and I told Deacon Bender he was going to be the offensive coordinator. We spotted the ball on the 15-yard line. Hey, you got to get a first down. The yard to gain was the 5-yard line. Once you get inside the 5, then we start all over, and you get 4 shots to go score. And seeing a young kid like Deacon Bender call the offense, get kids lined up within under 40 seconds, and execute the offense, that told me that kid can handle a lot more than what's on his plate. And so I immediately went to the offensive staff and said, hey, it's time to start putting more on that kid's plate until he proves us he can't do otherwise. Then we need to continue to progress this offense to where we can be difficult to defend once we get to district play.
You're listening to the Rock Hill Investments Coaches Corner with Howe head coach Jake Smith. We'll be right back. Tonight's Bulldogs football is brought to you by Noble Ridge, right here in Howe, just off Highway 75 at Summit Hill Parkway and walking distance to Summit Hill Elementary. Noble Ridge is our hometown's newest master plan community, featuring new homes from the nation's top builders, plus trails, parks, and family-friendly amenities. Developed by Rock Hill Capital Investments, a trusted North Texas developer with thriving communities in Salina, Sherman, and across the region. Noble Ridge is proud to call Howe home. Learn more at nobleridgetx.com. That's nobleridgetx.com. You're listening to the Rock Hill Investments Coaches Corner with Howe head coach Jake Smith.
Third week into the season, 2 months on the job. Are you starting to settle in a little bit here?
A little bit. 2 weeks ago, I had to go pretty much pack up my whole closet because I got the job so quick here. Kevin Wilson wanted me to start the very next day. So unfortunately for my wife, being a coach's wife, she had to pack the whole house by herself, but she packed everything but my closet. And I didn't know if that was like an omen or if she was telling me that I'm not going to last very long in Howe. So I probably need to keep my house and my clothes still in Ennis just in case they might need a junior high coach. But so about 2 or 3 Sundays ago, I finally was able to go down there, and then also Labor Day I went down there and I had a truckload. I looked like the Beverly Hillbillies. I had so much stuff in my truck. So I guess you could say I'm finally settled in now that I finally have everything out of my house. My house in Ennis is sold, so I'm a Howe Bulldog till they tell me I'm no longer wanted to be a Bulldog.
You're at home this week. You had the ice out look to open the season at home. What uniform combination will we see tonight?
We're going to go all black. I think it's something that, like with our new tradition with the black flag, there's a culture within that. And I think just being able to have the ability to go all black. Unfortunately, we don't have black helmets to tie it all in together. But, with that black flag coming out and the kids wearing all black, I think that's something that, they're looking forward to, especially being able to put a good product on the field Friday night against the Bowie Jackrabbits.
For the third straight week, you'll play a team in a higher classification. How does that help you prepare for district play that's around the corner?
Well, you definitely want to play tougher teams, especially teams that show you different looks. For me specifically, we've had to defend several different types of offenses, and that's just going to prepare us for district play. But also, you make the playoffs, you don't know what you're going to run into, and obviously that's the goal every year is to make the playoffs. But playing against teams that, have anywhere between like 40 and 55 on the sidelines where they've got more depth or more platoon, the goal is to hopefully not wear us down and, get us to where like we don't have very much confidence, but you also want to, tread that fine line where you want to go against somebody that has that depth that might be a little bit more as a physical challenge for you to where by the time you get into the thick of it, because we have a meat grinder, the way how our district schedule lines up, there's 3 weeks in a row where it is a meat grinder. And so being able to have non-district play like this against larger classifications, I think it's just more beneficial for us.
Now, Bowie is a tough team. They look really good. They have a quarterback that reminded us of Baker Mayfield last year. I think you said Johnny Manziel. How do you stop him?
Well, I know for sure you just can't pressure them. I know that's what Calsburg tried to do, and I know Calsburg ended up coming away with the win, but they were able to big play them early on in the first half. And so it's one of those things where you got to play gap sound and maybe not near as aggressive as what you are, but you also don't want to change who you are. And, when I was watching the film, especially on Saturday and Sunday, I was, oh, my gosh, this guy's Johnny Manziel 2.0. And they got a really good wide receiver, number 12. We told the kids, hey, everything goes through number 2 and number 12. It's Johnny Manziel and Mike Evans and, the early 2000 or the 2010s when A&M was really good. And so our kids have a hyper focus on number 2 and number 12, and hopefully we can continue to do what we've been doing where, it's bend but don't break. Probably give up more yards than what I'd want, but, if you're not allowing the team to score, then it's going to give you a chance to win the football game. But our kids do have a hyper focus on number 2 and 12, and we've got some new wrinkles in our defense to hopefully we can combat that and at least slow it down and eliminate explosive football plays.
The Coach's Corner has been brought to you by Rock Hill Investments. You're listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party.
Here's some things to never mess with if you're not a trained professional. Caging a bulldog. Removing copperheads. And electricity. Don't get shocked. Call Rapid Electric. Rapid Electric is here for all your electrical needs. Just like you wouldn't try to become a pro boxer or president.
Give me a break.
You need a pro to keep your electricity humming. Don't get shocked. Rapid Electric serves the Grayson County area. Call them at 903-421-8100.
This is more than a bundle. This is way more than a combo deal. It's your sanctuary, your home field. It's where everything happens. This is your home, your car, your memories. And you want to be sure they're protected with home and auto insurance. As your State Farm agent, I get it. That's why I'm here to help life go right. My name is Ed Meacham, and I'm your Howe State Farm agent. Give me a call at 903-892-3923 or on the web at MrEdInsurance.com.
Anchors with a Z Boat and RV Storage is located 1 mile off of U.S. Highway 75 in Howe, Texas. Anchors Boat and RV Storage is proud to bring personal, small-town customer service to the growing area of North Texas. With both open and covered parking available, locally owned and operated, members of the Howe Area Chamber of Commerce and the Texas Self-Storage Association. Anchors Boat and RV Storage has 20 amp power available and is manager-occupied at 311 Old Highway 6 in Howe. Visit anchorsboatrvstorage.com or call 903-444-2500.
From tailgate to touchdown, South State is here to ensure your financial game plan leads you to victory. With cutting-edge digital tools like contactless payment, digital wallet, and more, your financial plays become seamless and convenient. As your trusted banking partner, South State is committed to supporting you every step of the way, providing expert guidance and dedicated assistance on your financial journey. This is Banking Forward, South State Bank, member FDIC.
Hey, Steve here, the Crazy AC Guy. We raise top-notch AC units and train the finest service techs west of the Mississippi. And we got a truly crazy deal for you. Get 0% financing for 60 months for any qualified air conditioning and heating system. You'd have to be crazy like me to miss this deal. So for all your AC and electrical needs, call us at 903-465-2665 or visit us at crazyacguy.com.
The Crazy AC Guy, where crazy meets quality.
You're listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party. Today's Howe Bulldogs Flux Capacitor is brought to you by the Crazy AC Guy. Now let's join Monty Walker with a time travel through Bulldogs history.
The Howe Bulldogs are 2-7 in games played on September the 12th. Howe beat Bells in 1969 by a score of 26-12 with Howe running back Mike Bennett scoring 4 touchdowns. In 1975, the Howe Bulldogs defeated Princeton 13-7 on this date. The winning score came on a Marvin Cate to Ronnie Davis 8-yard touchdown pass. Howe lost to Frisco 38-0 in 1981 and then lost a nail-biter to Van Alstyne 22-19. Billy Covington had 2 touchdowns in the loss. On this date in 1997, Howe lost at Pottsboro 19-14, attempting to throw 2 passes in the end zone to win the game, but came up unsuccessful. The Dogs lost to Van Alstyne 32-7 in 2003 and lost at Van Alstyne 48-6 in 2008 on this date. The last game played on this date was in 2014 when Howe lost to Lindsay at Bulldog Stadium 21-10. Howe is 1-2 overall in the Bowie Jackrabbits series that dates back to 2014. The Dogs won that initial meeting 38-13 with 347 yards rushing from the slot T. Howe lost the following year 37-14 at Bowie. The last matchup took place a year ago at Jackrabbits Stadium where Howe lost 41-12 behind quarterback Raider Mann connecting with Tyler Ritchie for 4 touchdowns.
Today's Howe Bulldogs Flux Capacitor is brought to you by the Crazy AC Guy. You're listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party.
Buying and or selling your next home or property should be an enjoyable experience. At Texoma Land and Home Team, our commitment to the personal relationship of each transaction ensures communication you expect, while assuring that we'll be here the next time you need us. We're not a big box real estate company by design. This freedom allows us to be fully at your service. Texoma Land and Home Team, Renee Nichols Broker, 903-818-1645. Texoma Land and Home Team, for all your real estate needs, 903-818-1645.
What's up, guys? It's Ridley Carter. I'm a senior cross country and long distance track runner.
This is Riley McCollum, senior basketball player and leading strikeout softball pitcher.
I'm Dylan Patterson, graduating football player and powerlifter.
I'm Ayla Jones, class of 2026 volleyball player.
We would like to thank the Howe Athletic Booster Club for the support of Howe student athletes and encourage anyone interested in helping to join.
Go
Dogs!
From tailgate to touchdown, South State is here to ensure your financial game plan leads you to victory. With cutting-edge digital tools like contactless payment, digital wallet, and more, your financial plays become seamless and convenient. As your trusted banking partner, South State is committed to supporting you every step of the way, providing expert guidance and dedicated assistance on your financial journey. This is Banking Forward. South State Bank. Member FDIC.
It's that time of year again where our beloved radio guy won't shut his trap about how hot it is up here in the press box. Thankfully, the good people at Baker Air Conditioning and Heating cool this thing down in no time.
Roger, we're dying over here.
Speaking of hot air, there he is. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating has been serving the community of Howe for nearly 60 years. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating is located on Highway 5, and you can call them at 903-532-6255.
Roger!
Here's some things to never mess with if you're not a trained professional. Caging a bulldog. Removing copperheads. And electricity. Don't get shocked. Call Rapid Electric. Rapid Electric is here for all your electrical needs. Just like you wouldn't try to become a pro boxer or president.
Give me a break.
You need a pro to keep your electricity humming. Don't get shocked. Rapid Electric serves the Grayson County area. Call them at 903-421-8100.
From Studio 42, this is Howe Bulldogs football. You've been listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party. Football time in Texas is just moments away. Now, with a call of the game, here's the voice of the Howe Bulldogs, Monty Walker.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Bulldog Stadium. Monty Walker along with Justin White, Jake Roberts, Malin Walker, and Stephen Braswell. And we're right in the middle of the fight song. We are, Justin White, going to have, from what our understanding is that we're going to have video tonight. We've been trying, and I think fingers crossed, toes crossed, everything, we're going to have video tonight, Justin White.
It's been talked about for a while. I'm kind of anxious to see if it is as advertised.
We'll see if it happens. Big plug to Kevin Wilson, the superintendent, for helping that kickoff for us. He did some navigating through the Ethernet.
Okay.
And we got that done. So, we'll talk about Kevin, who's retiring soon, and that's a huge, huge loss to Howe ISD. And those are shoes that are virtually unreplaceable. But, good luck to the next guy.
Yeah.
Or the girl. But tonight we're talking football, Justin White.
Yeah, big-time football game here tonight. No rain in sight. Coach Smith coming off his first win from last week. And expect to be a good game here tonight.
Let's go over the starting lineups. It is your First Baptist Church of Howe starting lineup. I'll go over the Howe defense since we didn't get a chance to really do that. There's Coach Kwok making his way through. Let's go over the starting defense for Howe, again brought to you by First Baptist Church of Howe. Jacob Griffo up front, the defensive end. Dylan Patterson, defensive tackle. Jameer Brown, the defensive tackle. And Alex Mejia. So it's junior, senior, sophomore, senior on that defensive front for the Howe Bulldogs. Your linebackers, Gage Carr, a senior. Middle linebacker, Chris Torres, a junior. And junior Charles Furr, the outside backer. Your secondary is Ryken Cross and Rylan Strong on the corners. They're your two fastest individuals in black tonight, and yes, they're in all black tonight. The safeties, Eli Stoner and Garrett Rogers. So you have junior, senior, senior, junior. And the juniors are the cornerbacks and the seniors are the safeties. That's your starting defense for the Howe Bulldogs. Justin White, you want to give us the offense for Bowie?
Yeah. All right, we'll start on the offensive line for the Bowie Jackrabbits. Senior Cody West, he's at left tackle. Left guard is Jet Black. I like that name,
Yeah.
Jet Black. He's at left guard. At center is Trey Siegler, another senior. Right guard is Noah Metzler. He's a senior. The only non-senior on this front line is Griffin Ritchie at right tackle. He is a junior. At the X receiver is Hunter Rodriguez, a senior. The wide receiver is Kyle Keeler. He's a junior. One catch for 16 yards. Tyler Ritchie, go-to guy on this offense, receiver-wise, is a junior. He's at the slot receiver. 5 catches for 85 yards and a touchdown. Lane Whitfield at halfback. He's a junior. The other slot receiver is Bradley Horton. He is a junior. And leading the offense is Raider Mann. He's a senior. 19 completions, 35 attempts, 230 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. He's also ran for 12 carries, 104 yards, and 2 touchdowns.
And that all those stats you gave are just from the Callisburg game alone. So
it's even more than that from last week.
Yeah. Tyler Ritchie, you're going to hear that tonight. Raider Mann to Tyler Ritchie. At least that was the case a year ago. 4 touchdowns in this game from Raider Mann to Tyler Ritchie in this game a year ago. The starting offense for the Howe Bulldogs up front, Dylan Patterson, a senior. Gavin Snap, the difference maker, the sophomore. Aiden Torres, a senior. Will Ingram, a senior. And Jacob Griffo, a junior. Split out wide will be Eli Stoner on one side, 3 catches for 28 yards. Van Derrick, the tight end, he has yet to catch a pass. And Rylan Strong split out wide on the right side of the offense, 4 catches for 88 yards and a touchdown. Slot receiver, Ryken Cross, he'll move from right to left. He's had 5 carries on the jet sweep, 33 yards on the ground, not a touchdown yet. 8 catches for 39 yards, not one through the air yet. You know it's coming. The running back, Knox Bounds, 14 carries, 132 yards, had 2 touchdowns a week ago, 1 of 56 yards and 1 of 24 yards. He's averaging 9.43 yards per carry. Deacon Bender, the sophomore starting cornerback, 5 out of, that's not right. He's got, I think maybe there's an error on my typing there. I think he's 15 out of 26, 1 interception, 147 yards, and 1 touchdown through the air. He's also rushed 21 times for 114 yards and 1 touchdown. Head coach Jake Smith is 1-1. He got his first win a week ago at Bonham. Here come the Bulldogs in all black. New pants with 1 thick white stripe down the side. The previous head coach wanted this team to look like the Permian Panthers, and they certainly do with the white helmets and that look, except Jake Smith threw on his own little touch to these uniforms and put the script Howe on the side of those white helmets with black face masks. Speaking of Smith, he was the assistant head coach for the Ennis Lions under Texas high school football legendary coach Sam Harrell. He's from Deer Creek, Oklahoma, the Deer Creek Dealer.
Yes.
He has also had many stops throughout his high school football coaching career. Athletic trainer Mark Stein replaces Ricky Ake, who was here for 37 years. So the Howe Bulldogs will send out captains tonight: Alex Torres, Garrett Rogers, Eli Stoner, and Dylan Patterson. The officials tonight: referee Ken Lento, umpire Stephen Rachel, the head linesman Myron Clay, the line judge is Adam Diaz, the back judge Eric Reynolds, field judge is Dadrian Updike, and the side judge is Chip Anderson. Our Love Cottage sideline reporter Malin Walker will throw his microphone in the huddle tonight. We all hope it works tonight. We did recalibrate before we turned the mics on.
We're usually pretty successful at home.
Generally, yes.
Generally.
We will, again, if you're just joining us, supposed to have video as soon as the video turns on. We will
Our
Sit
captains
that feed.
for tonight's ball game for the Bulldogs.
Malin headed
Garrett
out there
Rogers,
for the coin toss.
Eli Stoner, Dylan Patterson, and Aiden Torres.
And we'll
For
pod
the
him
Jackrabbits,
up in just a
Ray
moment.
Mann, William Brown, Hunter Rodriguez,
And we're not getting anything.
All right.
There we go.
Step
Something.
back a little bit.
There we go.
My name's Ken Lento. I'm the head official for tonight's game. That's Stephen Rachel. He's the umpire. We're going to have a good sportsmanship. You guys play hard, get along, okay? Good thing. So we're going to do the coin toss. You guys, visiting team, you're going to get to call the coin toss. My coin has heads and tails on it. Heads and tails. What would you like to call? Heads. What do you say? Tails. You won the toss. You like to receive? You're going to receive? Okay, receive.
That's Garrett Rogers.
Kick the ball. Which way would you like to kick?
Howe has won the toss. Elected to receive.
Spin around the way you're going to be going.
And Howe will defend the north end zone to start this football game. Good job, Malin.
Howe is going to
Pod that down
receive the opening kickoff.
Got a loud crowd
It
mic
is,
tonight.
yeah.
Is that Stephen Braswell's mic on up there, maybe?
No, that's.
Or is that just the crowd?
And
So
if we could stand
again,
and have the national anthem.
We're about to have
played
the
by
national
Howe
anthem.
High School Band.
It's not my mic.
Well, how are you talking to us if your mic's off?
Got him.
I think we're ready for the national anthem. And with that, Justin White, it is football time in Texas.
Beautiful Friday night for football.
A flag lowered to half-mast, ordered by the president in wake of the
All right,
political
everybody.
assassination of Charlie
Check your
Kirk on
phones.
Wednesday.
Check your clock. Because it is
Sad
time
moment in
for
our
some
country's history.
football.
And boy, the PA sounds very loud tonight for some
Yes.
reason. So Howe's going to start this football game with the football in hand unless something terribly goes wrong. And they will be traveling from our left to right. And as soon as they pop on the camera, we're told that it'll go through. But we have yet to see it pop on. So hopefully it happens.
If not, they still got us to describe the game at least.
As of right now. And again, the video, once it gets going, is brought to you by Centurion American. So doing the kicking.
Corbin Ward kicking off for the Jackrabbits.
Bowie will be Corbin Ward, a senior. Where's the number 14? Green shoes and a low line drive kick. Going to go right to Garrett Rogers at the 16-yard line. Comes towards the middle of the field and takes a big pop. Huge hit at the 22. He separated his body from his soul.
Bulldogs ball, first and 10.
And Howe will start from their own
24-yard line.
22-yard line.
There were a lot of white jerseys that converged on him very quickly. So he didn't have much room to run after receiving that kick anyways.
First and 10 for Howe, moving left to right, just underway, 11:54 on the clock. Come on, video. Nothing yet, at least. We're trying. We're really trying.
So here comes Howe from their own 23-yard line, moving left to right. Bender in the gun. He's going to run it himself over right guard, runs over a defender. Right there, the first man to make contact was Lane Whitfield. But Bender did a good job of just lowering his shoulders and getting some yards out of that. Maybe a yard, maybe two. It'll be second down and 8 coming up for the Bulldogs. Again, moving left to right from our vantage point.
We saw Bender with a lot more design runs last week, or at least a lot more lanes to run. Seeing they're going to try to do that again this week.
Bender drops back 3 steps, wants to hammer it down right side, trying to make an adjustment as Ryland Strong, but it's thrown a little bit out of reach and out of bounds. No chance for Strong to bring that one down, but the communication was not the problem this time. It's just the ball rolled off the fingertips of Bender just a little bit too much.
Yeah, and it was single coverage, one-on-one coverage there with Strong from Tyler Ritchie, the junior receiver and cornerback, was right there step for step with Strong.
Left to right on 3rd down and 8 comes Howe. Knox Bounds on the backfield to the right and just behind Bender, who sends cross in motion. They fake it to him and give it to Strong on the reverse to the other side, trying to break away tackles. Can't do it. Cannot escape that final tackle. They might have lost a couple of yards back to what was the original line of scrimmage. It'll be 4th down and 9 back to the 25-yard line.
Got that inside handoff and almost got around that corner. But good job by Bowie, by the white jersey. He's able to string him out and not let him get going north and south.
Garrett Rogers back in punt formation. He'll stay on the 12-yard line. 10:39 on the clock here in quarter number 1. Rogers gets away a high wobbly kick. It's going to bounce right at midfield. Take a good Howe roll at the 40. Still rolling and killed at the 34-yard line by second baseman Fernando Sanchez. So we'll see Bowie and Ryder Man for the first time tonight. Man again had 4 touchdowns to his favorite receiver Tyler Ritchie in this game a year ago at Bowie. And the Bulldogs will try to defend that much better than they did a year ago. We'll check down with our Love Cottage sideline reporter Malin Walker. Malin, tell us what Howe's going to have to do to win this football game.
Howe's just going to have to execute like they did last week with Bonham. Just full gear. Offensive line needs to get in motion. The backfield needs to know their assignments and know what to do. This is just going to have to be a well-performed ball game in order to beat that dynamic connection between Ritchie and Man.
Howe showing blitz with Charles Furr. And a Raider Man is going to go down on the first play. A sack back to the 27-yard line, and it's looks like up front it was Alex Mejia.
Nice defensive play by the
kind of a read option back there. Mejia just waited, and his assignment was the quarterback. Man almost got away, but Mejia got a paw on him and would not let go. Be able to drag him down by the line of scrimmage.
9:58 on the clock. Shotgun formation, a handoff up the middle, trying to break through tackles, gets maybe a couple, and that was Lane Whitfield on the carry for the Jackrabbits.
Dylan Patterson leading the defensive charge for the Bulldogs.
And with 9:41 and rolling here in quarter number 1, there's no score. And Bowie faced with a 3rd down and 14 to start on their opening drive.
All stemmed from the Mejia sack earlier in that drive between 3rd and long.
Howe showing pressure. Man rolls out right, wants to throw, under pressure, stops, ducks a defender, comes back near side. On the move and brought down right at the 30-yard line. Howe says they have the football.
Fumble on the play.
No indication yet from the official, and now there is. Howe has the football. And they have it at Bowie's 30-yard line.
That's Jameer Brown with the recovery. He came up with it. Bradley Mann running for his life. And when you do that, sidestep one guy and spin around another and hold that ball kind of haphazardly, somebody was able to knock the ball away, and Brown comes up with recovery on the Bowie side of the field.
What Howe needs to do right now is go for the jugular early. 9:17 on the clock here in the first, no score. Howe with their second possession.
I say go Ryland Strong downfield.
Pistol formation, Bender with Knox Bounds right behind him. 1st and 10. In motion was cross, and now a pass. Ryland Strong makes the catch of the 8. Strolls in over the G. in Bulldogs, and it's touchdown time in Texas. One play, 30 yards.
Did I call that or what?
No flags.
Strong got behind the line of scrimmage, or behind the coverage, and Bender with a nice toss, nice touch on it, and Strong just had to wait for it to come into his hand.
He put it on a pillow. Swinging gate look for the Bulldogs, and now the kick team will come in.
What a throw.
Beautiful throw. Man alive.
That was one of those throws where, especially if the receiver's like, okay, I'm wide open, all I got to do is catch it. Just catch the ball.
Second baseman Fernando Sanchez on for the PAT. Cross to hold. The kick is a low line drive. Kick, but it is good. 7-0. Howe in the lead with 9:11 left to go in quarter number one. We'll be right back.
No one wants to talk about losing a loved one. The grief that is put on your family is troublesome. Scoggins Funeral Home strives to make that most difficult time the easiest. We want your loved one to be sent off in the best way possible, with your wishes at heart. Call us at 903-482-5225 or visit our website at scogginsfuneralhome.com. 903-482-5225. 903-482 Van Alstyne Parkway makes everything close for your needs. 903-482-5225. Scoggins Funeral Home. Who's your local plumber? Brother Plumber. It's good to know someone local and someone you can trust when your home or office drops the ball.
Main line break, 15 yards.
Brother Plumber is plumb professional and serves not only Howe.
And I guess we don't have maybe we don't have defeat.
See, now that the Bulldogs
is the call against the Jackrabbits.
And the penalty against Bowie. We're getting still frames, but we're not getting video. We'll keep working. But you can see what the field looks like. Beautiful field.
Yeah.
9:07 on the clock. And Bowie will start 1st and 10 deep in their own territory from what looks like the 25-yard line. So Raider man will give it his second shot here on their second possession. He stands in the gun, turns, hands, and that's Whitfield. And he'll gain enough for 3 or 4 yards, 5 yards maybe. 29-yard line, so give him 4. 8:53 on the clock, 7-0 Howe in the lead.
Obviously, Mann and Ritchie are the main guys on this offense, but that kind of opens things up sometimes. Even for Bradley Horton, Kyle Keeler, Hunter Rodriguez, the receivers.
Second down and 6, and throws it down to his receiver. game, both going the way of Howe.
Something that tripped the ball trying to get turnovers. That was Garrett Rogers with the strip, and Ryland Strong, as you said, with the recovery. Able to get out of almost an tackle.
There we go. Handoff to Knox Bounds, up the middle, and a gain of about 2 or 3.
Knox Bounds once again, the ball carrier.
3rd down and 7
Gain
coming
of a
up.
couple on the play, brings up 3rd down for the Bulldogs.
5:32 on the clock. As we had some audio issues. And we're back. We were trying to do video.
Then we had problems with
our audio went out.
Problem with our audio.
But luckily we didn't miss too much. Except a big turnover there. I'm not sure if you heard that, but Ryland Strong got a big turnover. Took it out of the Phillips' hands. 3rd down and 5. Here's Knox Bounds on his way for a score. Breaks through up the middle. It is touchdown time in Texas. 22 yards for Knox Bounds. And Howe takes a 13-0 lead with 4:59 left to go in quarter number 1, awaiting a PAT. My goodness. Justin White.
Man, this offensive line, after getting whipped in week 1, has come to play the last 2 weeks. They get a hat on a hat, form a hole right around their left center, right guard in the center, and Knox Bounds basically untouched all the way to the end zone.
Second baseman Fernando Sanchez. Kick is up. This one's higher, and this one just as good. 14-0. Howe in the lead with 4:59 left to go in quarter number 1. We'll be right back in just a moment.
At Grayson Cullen Electric Cooperative, GCEC, we have been around for over 80 years and are governed by 7 principles: open and voluntary membership, democratic member control, members' economic participation, autonomy and independence, education, training, and information. cooperation among cooperatives, and concern for community. One of our communities is Howe, Texas, and GCEC is proud to support the Howe Bulldogs.
This is Bulldogs head coach Jake Smith, and it didn't take me long to get to know where Sonic of Howe is. After practice or games, I like to head down to 105 North Collins Freeway, grab a burger, tots, and a shake. As a matter of fact, I like to say, it's Sonic time in Texas.
Yeah, Coach, that's kind of my thing.
Oh, okay. How about Sonic really brings the hammer down?
Coach, that's kind of my thing.
With Sonic, I'm highly motivated, truly dedicated.
Yeah, Coach, that's another one of my lines.
How about this? It's not just good, it's Sonic good.
Yeah, I like that.
Welcome back. 4:59 on the clock here in the first quarter. Howe in the lead. 2 turnovers by Bowie has set up this early lead for Howe. Sanchez about to boot away the Tech Wave kickoff. It's a little pooch kick. It's going to be taken at the 32-yard line. Going from the near side all the way to the far, brought down immediately by Howe. On the return was Jackson Starnes for the Jackrabbits.
Keelan Davis making the stop.
Man, this defense, this whole team, this offense and defense, this team right now came out ready to play tonight.
You know, it started this morning, head coach Jake Smith with the coach's breakfast. Shout out to Charles Haley, Brad Murphy, and Harold Finney, and Roger Tidwell for cooking. And I just stood around watching. but it all started this morning with a Bible study led by Jake Smith. Jonah and the Nineveh story. And Howe may have some mulligans after week 1 here. Here's a handoff up the middle. That's actually, is that man keeping it on the move all the way down to the Howe 31-yard line. Quarterback keeper, and that was a big keeper. 39 yards.
Coach Smith compared man to like a Johnny Manziel. And that time he got the ball and just went right up the gut. Another touchdown saving tackle by Ryland Strong.
And he compared his favorite receiver, Tyler Ritchie, to Mike Evans. That A&M tandem from a few years ago. It was a handoff to Ritchie. He came on a jet sweep from the other side, and he was hit at the line of scrimmage. If he even made it to the line of scrimmage, I don't think he did. That's going to be a loss.
I think
2 yards back to the 34-yard line. Let's check down with our Love Cottage sideline reporter, Malin Walker. Hey, they got to be happy down there, Malin, I would think.
This team is playing like a hungry team. This is the most ravenous I've ever seen a group of Bulldogs be. With defense firing on cylinders. Yeah, they gave up a 31-yarder, but let's see the response this next play.
2nd down and 12. Hopefully a ravenous defense. Here's man throwing a bullet, which is almost intercepted. It falls incomplete. And Alex Torres was right there, unable to make the interception. It'll be 3rd down and 12 coming up for Bowie with 3:52 on the clock here in quarter number 1.
Torres was reading the eyes of Raider Man as Man basically wrote a letter to Tyler Ritchie that was throwing to him and almost picked that one off.
Third down and 12 for the Bulldog, for the Jackrabbits. Man in the gun, claps several times, rolls out to his left, throws another bullet, tapped up in the air and caught. Horton makes the catch. Not enough for a first down. Howe did exactly what they wanted to. Got their hands on the football, but it batted up in the air and down into the hands of Horton. But it's going to be 4th and what looks like about 4.5, and a decision time.
Bradley Horton
for Tyler Price, the head coach. Now he's 6-16 since being at Bowie. 3:15 on the clock. Going for it. Man drops back 5 steps. Lots of time. He could dance in the ballroom back there. Throws it. It's going to be caught by Ritchie. First down to the 11 to the 10-yard line. And he was wide open in the middle of the field. And that will move the sticks.
And they only rushed 4, Howe did. And I think they're just so worried about the escapability of Man that time. But with all that time, Man, had so much time to find a receiver, and only quarterbacks can only cover for so long.
1st and 10. They can get a first down at the 1. Handoff. No. Man kept it around the right edge on the read option. He's going to be slung out of bounds right at the line of scrimmage, which is about the 11-yard line.
Yeah, Howe certainly not fooled at all by the read option there. Man kept it outside, and then Howe was not fooled at all.
They're playing great assignment football, and they're going to let somebody else beat them besides Raider Man and Tyler Ritchie.
They've been keying on him all week. I think that's been preached from Jake Smith. Man drops back, rolls left, looks under pressure by Torres, escapes that. Now he's on the run. He's at the 5, steps out of bounds at the 3 or 2-yard line. So they can get a first down. I think it's going to be 3rd and 1, I believe.
Yeah, and when Man gets it, looks downfield, decides to run, he puts it in another gear.
Offensively, Bowie's going to be hard to stop. So far, they've beaten themselves.
Yes.
They are a very good offensive unit.
But give credit to the Howe offense for making them pay on those turnovers.
Man in the gun with Whitfield standing to his right. Ball gets away. There's a scramble for it. A flag is down. Man came up with the football after a loss back to the 6-yard line. We'll check the flag and see what that one may be.
I see them pointing toward Howe.
I would assume neutral zone infraction.
May have been trying to get a cheap and easy first down right there. No indication just yet.
Offsides.
Offsides against the defense, so that'll be a first down. 2:33 on the clock here at Bulldog Stadium, the oldest active stadium in North Texas, opened in November of 1935.
Result of the penalty is a first down.
Man in the gun, Whitfield to his left. Man's going to keep it around the left edge, and he's in right on the H in Howe. And the Jackrabbits are on the board. 14-6 awaiting this PAT coming up.
Raider Man.
With 2:21 left to go in the first. Doing the kicking will be Corbin Word, the senior. And a right-footed kicker is teeing it up. The holder is Kyle Keeler. The kick is up, high enough, long enough, and good enough. 14-7, our new score at Bulldog Stadium. 2:21 on the clock here in the first. We'll be right back.
What's up, guys? It's Ridley Carter. I'm a senior cross country and long distance track runner.
This is Riley McCollum, senior basketball player and leading strikeout softball pitcher.
I'm Dylan Patterson, graduating football player and powerlifter.
I'm Ayla Jones, class of 2026 volleyball player.
We would like to thank the Howe Athletic Booster Club for the support of Howe student athletes and encourage anyone interested in helping to join.
Go
Dogs!
If your home or business could talk, what would it say? It may say it would like some privacy or security. Enjoy the beauty and durability of quality fencing from MTE Fence. MTE Fence is a local company specializing in commercial and residential fencing. MTE Fence ranges from wood, aluminum, and chain link fencing. MTE Fence services all of Grayson County and surrounding areas. Go to mtefence.com or call 903-686-9039 for an estimate. MTE Fence has a passion for connection. We are your connection for quality.
Bonnie Walker along with Justin White, Malin Walker, Stephen Braswell, Jake Roberts with you. 14-7. Howe over Bowie early in this football game. 2:21 on the clock. And your Kingdom Inflatable scoring drive recap was a pretty good one by Bowie. Ended on a 2-yard touchdown by Man. Here's a Tech Wave kickoff, going to land in the arms of Garrett Rogers, who once again is smashed at the 25-yard line. They'll give him the 27.
Garrett Rogers returning the kickoff.
And Howe will start there, moving left to right.
William Brown.
Kingdom Inflatables, new sponsor this year.
Got a couple new sponsors this year, don't we?
We do. The Kingdom Inflatables, we serve his kingdom. 903-816-5486 if you're looking for a bounce house. Call Kingdom Inflatables. 2:17 on the clock here in quarter number 1. Howe leads by a touchdown, 14-7. Looking for more here. Garrett Rogers will enter the game for the first time at the tailback position. He'll line up in the pistol right behind Deacon Bender. Everybody bunched together on the line of scrimmage. And an end around to Cross, and he can't escape traffic. He's never been able to get that seam to have some space yet this year, but when that young man has some space, he can fly.
Yeah, he just has not had much, not able to get around the corners. And a lot of these teams have just been able to swarm tackle him, not let him get going upfield, including Bowie did right there.
Well, and Bowie has just been able to identify kind of the misdirection that Howe's thrown at them early in this game.
Clock rolls at 1:40. It's 2nd down and 10 after no gain there on the cross reverse. Man in motion this time is Ryland Strong, and he's going to try the other way, and nothing doing. He's going to lose yardage back to the 25-yard line. A loss
the Bulldogs.
of 3.
Loss of 3 on the play brings up 3rd down.
And a 3rd and 13 coming up. One thing that Howe hasn't done a lot of tonight, maybe the first time, is play behind the sticks. But they're going to have to here on 3rd down. Need a big conversion. The Bulldogs 31.5% on 3rd down so far this year.
We haven't seen Bender pass a lot. He's had the 1 touchdown, but other than that, he hadn't passed the ball a whole lot tonight. May see it on this down.
3rd and 13, 46 seconds on the clock here in the first. And flag goes down before this gets underway. It could be a delay of game, and it is.
Dead ball foul.
So instead of 3rd and 13, it's going to be 3rd and 18.
Now, I'm not saying I'm putting that on Bender or not. I know Coach Smith talked about in the coaches show about putting a little bit more on the plate of Deacon Bender, letting him kind of call out plays and put everybody where they're supposed to. And so I got to wonder if that's necessarily on him or coach is trying to get the play in or what. But that just puts you farther behind the sticks.
The clock has stopped at 42 seconds, 3rd and 18. Ball rests at the nose touching the 20-yard line. Howe backed up their own side of the field. Bender in the gun, drops back, 5 steps, flushed out of the pocket. He's in trouble, and he goes down at the 5. He was trying desperately to do something last minute with the football, but he thought better of it and just took the sack. Even though he's trying to get away, he was like a wounded deer, but he goes down at the 5, and now the punting unit will come in, and they may not get a chance because there's 4 seconds left in the first quarter. And I think that's going to be it for the first, and that is. But a good one for Howe. They lead 14-7 after the first. We'll take a timeout. We'll be right back after this.
This is more than a bundle. This is way more than a combo deal. It's your sanctuary, your home field. It's where everything happens. This is your home, your car, your memories. And you want to be sure they're protected with home and auto insurance. As your State Farm agent, I get it. That's why I'm here to help life go right. My name is Ed Meacham, and I'm your Howe State Farm agent. Give me a call at 903-892-3923 or on the web at MrEdInsurance.com.
From tailgate to touchdown, South State is here to ensure your financial game plan leads you to victory. With cutting-edge digital tools like contactless payment, digital wallet, and more, your financial plays become seamless and convenient. As your trusted banking partner, South State is committed to supporting you every step of the way, providing expert guidance and dedicated assistance on your financial journey. This is Banking Forward, South State Bank, member FDIC.
Welcome back. Monty Walker along with Justin White, Jake Roberts, Stephen Braswell, Malin Walker. We are now in the second quarter, and Howe leads 14-7, but they're going to have to boot it away from the back of their own end zone. Garrett Rogers will stand with his heels barely on the black in the end zone. Right in between the L and the D in Bulldogs on the south side.
Very careful here.
Got to be a good snap, and it is. And it is a low end-over-end kick. Going to bounce at the 20. Rolled towards about the 30. They'll spot it right at the 30. So about a 25-yard 25-yard punt, we'll call it.
First and 10.
And Bowie's in great shape right here on the Howe side of the field at the Bulldog 30 with 11:53 in the second quarter, trailing 14-7.
It's a chance for Bowie to kind of fix what went wrong earlier in the game. Kind of get back into this game, even with even the score up.
First and 10. Raider man and troops come back on the field. Whitfield stands to his left. Man always in the gun. Claps, gets it, rolls out left. Looking downfield. Under a little bit of pressure, fires, and it is dropped. Unable to make the catch on the far sideline, and I can't see that. He's got his side turned to me. I can't tell exactly who that is. And I still can't see it. Turn around, young man.
It's as if he hears you and it's like.
Yeah, I don't want him to call my name, so I think that
was
Rodriguez. Hunter Rodriguez. It'll be second down and 10. Man gets the signal from the sidelines. Whitfield to his right. Fakes the hand of Whitfield, and the ball is incomplete. Might have been touched at the line of scrimmage. I think Alex Mejia may have touched that ball. Let's check down with Malin Walker, our Love Cottage sideline guy. Was that ball tipped by Mejia?
Mejia put an arm up, and his bicep got in the way of it and knocked that ball away.
Mejia has been so active in the backfield. He's got a couple tackles behind the line of scrimmage. He's rushed man out of the pocket. He's been very active on defense.
11:45 on the clock as it stops after the incomplete pass. Man drops back 5 steps, wants to hammer it deep in the end zone, and it is in and out of the hands of the wide receiver. Really nice pass, nice touch on it, but just through the hands. It would have been a great catch. That's not just something that a kid just dropped. It would have been a diving, miraculous catch. That was Richie, was it not?
Yes.
And it falls incomplete. That'll bring up 4th down and 10.
That's a
good defensive series, but you got to hold right here.
And that's a good matchup. Actually, I don't think that was Richie. I think that was. Was
it not Richie?
I don't think it's on our roster. Maybe not.
Here's man, drops back again. 5 steps on 4th and down. Flushed out of the pocket, throws to the middle man. Whitfield makes the catch. First down, 20, 15. Hit hard.
Boy.
Rammed out of bounds at about the 10-yard line. It may not have been Whitfield that was hit hard. It may have been a block over there. Somebody might have been ear-holed.
First down for Bowie.
On the far sideline, but
first down from the
Jackrabbits will now have it at the 12-yard line. 11:22 on the clock. On 4th and 10, they convert. Man in the gun, and he's going to hand off to Whitfield up the middle, who will gain 2, maybe 3 to the 10-yard line.
Lane Whitfield, the ball carrier.
2-yard gain, we'll call it.
You know, and I noticed the defense when they pass rush, they don't want to over pursue on man, so they don't come right at him. They're kind of afraid to come at him because they don't want to over pursue.
Man wants to throw on 2nd down and 8. Flushed out of the pocket, rolling right, still on the run, throws it in the end zone, and it's going to be a diving catch and a touchdown.
Pass is complete for a Bowie touchdown.
And guess who makes the catch there?
Is that Richie?
Tyler Richie.
Tyler
He now has 5 touchdowns
touchdown
against the Bulldogs in the last 5 quarters and a half.
And really a lot of that is man just kind of almost playing like he's in the backyard. And the defense can only cover for so long, as I said earlier.
Word trying to tie the football game at 14 apiece does so. And it's all knotted up. Brand new ball game with 10:40 left to go in the second quarter. We'll be right back.
The point is good.
Hey, Steve here, the Crazy AC Guy. We raise top-notch AC units and train the finest service techs west of the Mississippi. And we got a truly crazy deal for you. Get 0% financing for 60 months for any qualified air conditioning and heating system. You'd have to be crazy like me to miss this deal. So for all your AC and electrical needs, call us at 903-465-2665 or visit us at crazyacguy.com.
The Crazy AC Guy, where crazy meets quality.
Buying and or selling your next home or property should be an enjoyable experience. At Texoma Land and Home Team, our commitment to the personal relationship of each transaction ensures communication you expect, while assuring that we'll be here the next time you need us. We're not a big box real estate company by design. This freedom allows us to be fully at your service. Texoma Land and Home Team, Renee Nichols Broker, 903-818-1645. Texoma Land and Home Team, for all your real estate needs, 903-818-1645.
Your Kingdom inflatable scoring drive recap for Bowie with 6 plays, 30 yards. And it was, my goodness. And it was a man to Tyler Ritchie. He's got to barely touch it. Man to Tyler Ritchie, 10-yard touchdown. The takeaway kickoff is going to be a end-over-end kick headed towards Garrett Rogers. Takes it at the 20-yard line, cuts it up to the near side. He's got the 30 and swung out of bounds there. Then hit hard, and a flag comes in after he was out of bounds. He was a step out of bounds, and Malin was right there. He saw it better than anyone.
They're definitely going to count that kick, that hit as a little extracurricular.
Well, not only one, Malin, there were multiple Bowie Jackrabbits there.
That's exactly right.
10:34 on the clock, and Howe's going to have much better field position due to the penalty. It'll be near midfield.
Take what the defense gives you. But yeah, he was going to the sidelines, about to step out. As soon as he stepped out, he got nailed.
I think there were 3 Jackrabbits there that just simultaneously clocked him.
And he's been lit up pretty good tonight.
He has on kick return. He's taking a beating.
And I'll say I did see one of the Bowie players right after that check on him and make sure he was okay. So that was definitely good to see.
Ball will be spotted 2 yards shy of midfield at the 48-yard line.
Ball is on the Bulldog 48-yard line.
10:34 on the clock. We're still in quarter number 2. And Bender now headed right to left. Knox Bounds back in the game. He'll get the carry on first down. Runs behind his shoulder pads for 2 yards to midfield.
Knox Bounds, number 5, picking up 2 on the play.
Second down and 8 coming up.
Got that read option going, and Bounds, aside from that long touchdown run, just hasn't had a lot on those inside runs.
After the win last week, Jake Smith's first career victory as a head coach, he let his mustache grow out. And so it was kind of odd seeing him with a mustache this morning. Here is Deacon Bender running the option on the right side. He decides to keep it. He'll gain 2 yards. The ball gets away. I think they may rule him down.
I think he was trying to pitch that almost, but he got called down before he got it away.
At the Bowie 48-yard line. But I asked him this morning, I said, so letting the mustache grow out after the win, huh? He said, yeah. I said, so if you set the all-time Texas high school football record and win 69 straight games, what's that mustache going to look like? He said, I guess I'm going to look like Harold Finney. Starting to know people in town.
Yes, yes.
Flag was thrown. Holding is the call against the
Holding
Bulldogs.
against Howe. That's going to back it up. 9:53 on the clock. 14-14 our score. And Howe will move back on their side of the field.
This Bowie defense is starting to kind of settle in now.
Right at the 40. Howe needs a big play right here. Second down and a truckload. $18 to be exact. Bounds goes out of the backfield in motion. Here's a screen play to Eli Stoner, and he had to go down on his knees to make the catch. And thankfully he dropped it, or it would have been a 2-yard loss had he made that catch.
Then a flag came out.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to get Howe for holding again.
Flag thrown on the play.
Goodness. So it'll be second down and 28.
So back-to-back holding penalties against this Howe offensive line.
And that's really going to stall your drive.
9:35 on the clock. Did they decline that?
Looks like they did.
It's still.
Because you can make it down third down. It's still going to be long. It's third down at what, 17?
Yeah, third and 18. And Howe has to get close to stinky scrap metal to pick up this first down. Bender in the gun, pistol formation. Knox Bounds behind him, rolls out right. Bender throws, going to be caught, but dropped immediately. Nowhere close to a first down. Maybe a gain of 5, 4. It'll be fourth down and about
William Brown
14.
making the tackle for Bowie.
And Garrett Rogers, Mr. Special Teams, will come in to boot this one away. 9:11 on the clock.
Bowie kept keeping everything in front of them on that third down and long. Didn't let Ryland Strong get away from him.
Need a good punt here. If you're a Bulldog fan, I think we have some Bowie Jackrabbit listeners. Hello out there from Bowie, Texas. Here's the punt, end over end kick. Going to bounce at the Bowie 32. Rolls back to Howe, and it's killed quickly. And Braxton Buttery. No, that's not Buttery. That is Brevin Mayo who kills it at the 29-yard line. And Bowie will start there, moving left to right.
Bulldogs need another turnover.
Jackrabbit ball.
8:42 on the clock. We're in the second quarter. It's been a good game so far.
It really has.
Bowie has kind of done the most damage to themselves with a couple of early turnovers, which led to Howe scores. But they have really hammered it in here lately. They got the Craftsman out and drilled those screws in. Here is Mann, fakes the pitch. He's got a lot of room to run if he wants to do so, and now he does so. He's got 2 yards, he's got 3 yards, he's got 5 yards, and a flag is down from the back judge. It'll be a hold against Bowie, so back them up. So no favoritism tonight.
Yeah, this has been kind of a sloppy second quarter. The first quarter we didn't see too many penalties, but they're coming out in droves.
And that's one drawback of when you have a guy like Raider Mann back there kind of scrambling. The offensive lineman's trying to hold their blocks and end up having to kind of hold and incur penalties while trying to while Mann tries to do something back there in the backfield.
First down and 10 for Bowie as they get settled back up to the line of scrimmage. Tyler Ritchie split out wide, or actually in the slot on the right side. Look out there. But here's a handoff to Whitfield up the middle, breaks free for a moment. It's going to be up to Sanchez to bring him down, and he makes a good open field tackle, and he has help from Torres.
Lane Whitfield.
And also Gage Carr was in on that stop. 8:03 on the clock.
Eli Stoner making the stop.
As we're heading towards the midway point of this second quarter. It's been a long one. Tyler Ritchie now lined up on the left side of the offense in the slot. Second down and 10 after the gain. And boy, Raider Mann took a huge pop, but he got the handoff off in time. But he was absolutely leveled by Jameer Brown in the backfield.
That's good.
Bradley Horton.
Good for Mann to kind of feel that a little bit.
Gain of 3 on the play, third down.
Make him think about throwing the ball or whether he runs it, knowing he'll get popped.
3rd and 5 for Bowie, moving left to right. 7:22 on the clock. 2 slots and 2 receivers on either side. And Whitfield stands to the left of Mann, who's always in the gun. On 3rd and 5, snap is back. Wants to throw, looks left, got his man. Ritchie, first down, escapes a tackle. Near midfield, escaping another tackle into Howe territory at the 48-yard line. When in doubt, try to find number 12, Tyler Ritchie.
Tyler Ritchie.
Boy, and Ritchie, after the runs, after the yards after the catch, really tough to bring down. Good job by, I think it was Rogers and Torres to get in there, make a tackle.
Timeout on the field. We'll take 1-2, 6:58 to go in the second quarter. We're all knotted up at 14. Back in a moment.
Here's some things to never mess with if you're not a trained professional. Caging a bulldog. Removing copperheads. And electricity. Don't get shocked. Call Rapid Electric. Rapid Electric is here for all your electrical needs. Just like you wouldn't try to become a pro boxer or president.
Give me a break.
You need a pro to keep your electricity humming. Don't get shocked. Rapid Electric serves the Grayson County area. Call them at 903-421-8100. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights is proud to sponsor the pride of Howe High School's Bandsman of the Week. Your hometown Bulldog alumni owned and operated business is here for all your seamless gutter and outdoor Christmas lights needs. Give them a call at 903-819-9183 and let them make your house shine really bright this Christmas. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights. Give them a call at 903-819-9183. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights.
Handoff to Whitfield on the first play.
Lane Whitfield.
First down there, and I think he's going to be
Carrying for
first
Bowie.
down.
Gain of 9.
And it'll be 2nd down and 1 after the Whitfield run. Handoff to Whitfield again, bounces it out to the left. First down, escapes a tackle. Brought down at the 30 into Howe territory again. 6:34 on the clock. They stopped the clock momentarily to move the chains. Game tied at 14, and Bowie's on the move. The man drops back 3 steps, looks right, hammers it, and it is tipped at the line of scrimmage. Mejia got his bicep in the way again, Malin.
Pass is incomplete.
That's right. That's why you always hit the gym, just so you can get that extra chance of blocking a pass down.
With the bicep. Hey, Malin, while we're talking to you, it appears that we'll get back to you after this play, but it appears Bowie's made some adjustments. Here is man going to turn and run, keep the ball. He wiggles out of one defender, somehow manages 4 yards out of that as he looked like he was trapped behind the line of scrimmage. But Bowie, Malin, looks like they've made some adjustments since the first quarter.
I think you're right, and I think a lot of that has to do with just them waking up. They gave 2 easy turnovers to the Bulldogs, and now they realize, oh, we're down 14. We need to get it together and start putting this thing into overdrive.
And they can score, and they can move the football on any given moment. They can put it in the end zone.
Everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth, said Mike Tyson.
3rd down and 6, man on the move. Still trying to throw it, but he's pushed out of bounds by Alex Torres at the 27-yard line.
Quarterback keeper.
Well, and here's 4th down, another
Pushed out of
opportunity
bounds
for
at
how to get off the
31-yard
field.
line.
Deep
4th down.
When Bowie's deep in Howe territory, and this is a big play.
They have been very successful on 3rd and 4th down so far in the second quarter.
A lot of that's on the feet of Raider man.
4th and 6 at the Howe 27-yard line. Big play here. Quick pass is going to be caught by Tyler Ritchie, and he escapes in the middle of the field and scores.
Touchdown, Bowie.
27-yard touchdown from Mann to Ritchie, and Ritchie now has 6 touchdowns in the last 5.5 quarters against Howe. Unreal.
And you know what? He is still a junior. He's a junior, so
well,
maybe Howe won't play him next year. I don't know.
Raider man is going to graduate.
Yeah.
They got to find another kid to throw to him, thankfully. Low snap, dug out, and now it's a busted PAT. And this could come back to pay dividends for Howe, as that will not be a successful PAT.
No good.
But Bowie does lead 20-14 with 5:37 remaining in quarter number 2. We'll be back after this.
No one wants to talk about losing a loved one. The grief that is put on your family is troublesome. Scoggins Funeral Home strives to make that most difficult time the easiest. We want your loved one to be sent off in the best way possible, with your wishes at heart. Call us at 903-482-5225 or visit our website at scogginsfuneralhome.com. 903-482-5225. Our location on Van Alstyne Parkway makes everything close for your needs. 903-482-5225. Scoggins Funeral Home.
Who's your local plumber? Brother Plumber. It's good to know someone local and someone you can trust when your home or office drops the ball.
Main line break, 15 yards.
Brother Plumber is plumb professional and serves not only Howe, but also all of Grayson County. And you can save yourself 10% if you mention Go Bulldogs. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. We'd love to help. Brother Plumber is one call away at 469-968-4487. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. Remember, Go Bulldogs.
5:37 on the clock here in quarter number 2, and it's 20-14 Bowie in the lead, and their first lead of the night. A missed PAT and a 73-yard drive. 63-yard drive. 63. So if normally I have my paper and pen and I chart the game. If you're wondering tonight, my remarkable pen is missing. Here's the kick, going to go to Garrett Rogers at the 23-yard line. Comes to the middle of the field, now cuts to the sideline, and he is slung out of bounds at the 31. And that kickoff team for Bowie is impressive.
They really are. They cover very well. And Rogers looks like he's got a cramp.
Yeah, and he's been
popped tonight.
Well, I mean, and they're kicking to him every time.
Jackson White made the tackle there this time.
That's 4 kickoffs, and every time that Rogers has touched it, he's been popped.
And Rogers doesn't look like he's running scared or kind of tiptoeing around. He's
running with authority. He's just getting popped in the mouth.
He's running to the teeth of the defense, and they pursue well.
5:31 on the clock. There is a timeout on the field. Obviously, we're keeping it here through the break. Gives us a chance maybe to talk to Malin for just a moment. Our Love Cottage sideline reporter, Malin, what's Howe going to have to do to get back into this game and get the momentum back on their side?
Howe's going to have to start thinking about playing more aggressive. They're going to have to put that offensive line and do their assignments. They did a really good job of that here in the first half of the first quarter. They just need to get back to the basics and do what they need to do.
5:31 on the clock. We're in the second quarter. Bowie leads 20-14. Bender wants to throw, has his man. It's going to be caught on the far side. I think that is Ryland Strong. Has a first down. At what appears to be the 45-yard line just shy of midfield. Howe needs to make a push and take all of this 5:25 off the clock, go into the locker room with a 21-20 lead.
And a great pass by Deacon Bender. Empty backfield, a quick pass over to Strong on the right side. Threw that with confidence, and able to get a first down in the first play of this drive.
Strong split out wide to the right. Kendall O'Brien split out wide to the left. Knox Bounds, a handoff is hit right at the line of scrimmage. And about 3 or 4, well, there's some extracurricular there with Knox Bounds as he was hit by 3 Jackrabbits almost simultaneously, who drove him back to the 35-yard line. Knox thought that was a little bit excessive.
Yeah,
and he got up unhappy. He did gain enough up to the 43-yard line, so it'll be second down and 11 coming up.
Yeah, he's lucky that he got that, because three white jerseys converged on him, and yeah, he felt like it was a little too much, too quick.
There's an official's timeout as the referee is having a conversation over there with head coach Tyler Price. Price probably unhappy that a flag was not thrown on Knox Bounds, getting up and jackhammering the guy down to the ground. Here's Bender, drops back 3 steps under pressure, flushed out of the pocket, rolling right, and he gets back to the original line of scrimmage. So it's going to be 3rd and 10 from the 44-yard line, and Howe is going to have to start converting on some of these.
Bender looking downfield, showed a little bit of his wheels, trying to do his best Raider man impression, but not able to find anybody downfield.
That front 3 of Bowie is starting to move the Howe offensive lineman back a little bit on these plays. 3rd down and 10. Howe from their own 44. Bender wants to throw, flushed out of the pocket again, on the run, flips it over to Knox Bounds, who cannot hang on to the ball. They'll rule it incomplete as he was hammered at the 38-yard line. He was going up for the ball with both hands in the air, and he got pegged right under his shoulder.
Kind of that oblique area almost.
Yeah.
And this offensive line, the past couple drives, Malin's right, they've struggled, and they need to protect Deacon Bender more. I mean, he hasn't had much time to throw, and evidently in that drive, it put it to a stall.
Garrett Rogers will stand at his own 31 to boot this one away on 4th and 10. Snap is somewhat high, but he grabs it, brings it down. A high kick going to bounce at the 32-yard line and roll laterally towards the Bowie sidelines, but in the middle of the field and be killed at the 30. So Bowie with 4:10 is going to try to up their advantage,
4 minutes, 10
moving
seconds
left to right
remaining in
from
the
their own
first half.
30-yard
Bowie
line.
has the ball.
Yeah, the
First and
defense
10
needs to
from
really
their own
dig in
30-yard
here
line.
on this possession because Bowie gets the kickoff in the second half. So chance of back-to-back possessions.
1st and 10 for Raider Man and company. Tyler Ritchie, a slot on the right side. You've got to always know where he is on the field. And he's going to be covered by a safety. Apparently, Ryland Strong is going to roll over. And Ryland Strong can't make the tackle on Ritchie as he gets a screen pass down the sidelines and a first down for Ritchie. That was a 12 versus 12 in jersey numbers.
First down, Bowie.
But Strong read it perfectly but could not bring him down after he made the catch. So it's 1st and 10. Bowie from their own 44-yard line. 14-yard game. Man claps and wants it, pulls it out of the gut of Whitfield, and he's off and running around the left side, and he is hit right at the line of scrimmage. Cross on the tackle.
Making a nice defensive play.
Did I see a flag?
I don't know, but that was speed on speed right there.
Great form tackle by Ryken Cross.
Cross?
This apparently is going to be against Bowie.
Holding.
He was not going to wiggle past Ryken Cross.
So it'll be 1st and 20 as they back this one up.
There was a penalty
from
on
the 44
play
to the
marked
34
off against the Jackrabbits.
3:39 on the clock. We're still in the second quarter. It's 8:30. We've got a good halftime show for you. We've been trying to. We'll tell you here in just a minute. There's the ball's on the turf, and I think Bowie was able to recover it from their own 30. It was an exchange. The snap was back to Raider Man, and right there was Jameer Brown, and the ball popped out. Not sure if he got a paw on it or not, but the ball was rolling around until finally an offensive lineman for Bowie was able to get back there and jump on it. My apologies. That was not Jameer Brown. That was Jacob Griffo.
Griffo got in there right about the mesh point where Man and Whitfield were trying to make the exchange.
It's 3rd and a long way, 20-something. Handoff around the left edge on the reverse, cutting his way through, finally brought down by 2 Bulldogs at the 40-yard line.
Actually, that was second down.
The second down.
Sorry. So this will be still 3rd and long, though.
3rd and 12 with 2:25 left to go before the half.
I mean, this is what we talked about. Bowie's been in these situations all game. Howe's just going to have to respond, and they really need a stop here.
Yeah, this will be a backbreaker if you get a 3rd down conversion here.
Ritchie comes in the slot on the near side. Bowie moving left to right.
They're going to wait till the 2-minute warning.
Yeah, I think they're going to maybe get us. Well, maybe not. Maybe they're clapping for it. They get it off right at 2 minutes. Pass down the field to Ritchie, goes off of his left hand. He had to turn around and come catch that, try to make the catch. Good coverage by Garrett Rogers, and he gets a big slap on the back
Garrett Rogers
by his secondary coach, Devin Blanton.
Breaking up the pass.
1:55 on the clock, and that is your 2-minute warning. We're going to take a 60-second timeout. We'll be back after this.
At Grayson Cullen Electric Cooperative, GCEC, we have been around for over 80 years and are governed by 7 principles: open and voluntary membership, democratic member control, members' economic participation, autonomy and independence, education, training, and information, cooperation among cooperatives, and concern for community. One of our communities is Howe, Texas, and GCEC is proud to support the Howe Bulldogs.
This is Bulldogs head coach Jake Smith, and it didn't take me long to get to know where Sonic of Howe is. After practice or games, I like to head down to 105 North Collins Freeway, grab a burger, tots, and a shake. As a matter of fact, I like to say, it's Sonic time in Texas.
Yeah, Coach, that's kind of my thing.
Oh, okay. How about Sonic really brings the hammer down?
Coach, that's kind of my thing.
With Sonic, I'm highly motivated, truly dedicated.
Yeah, Coach, like that's another one of my lines.
How about this? It's not just good, it's Sonic good.
Yeah, I like that.
4th down.
We have a timeout on the field.
Jake Smith
Timeout, Bulldogs.
is not happy. A timeout has been called by the Bulldogs. Malin, the Bulldog defense looks extremely tired out there. And I know they've been on the field a lot in this second quarter. They really look exhausted.
Well, I didn't get all of that, but yeah, I agree with you. They really have been getting – I would be tired too after getting converted 3rd down on time and time again. This 3rd down stop was really big for the Bulldogs, and let's see if that rejuvenates their spirits. Here come this big 4th down.
4th and 12 as Bowie comes back on the field. And Raider man will go back as always. Now they're going to punt this one away for the first time tonight. Man will do the punting. It's off the side of his foot. Wobbly kick. Rogers is going to let it roll. There we go. And it'll bounce and stay at the 29-yard line. Howe's going to have to go 71 yards to try to get a lead with 1:45 left to go in the second. And their offense will come on the field. And give the defense a rest.
First down, Bulldogs.
You got 2 timeouts in your back pocket. I believe it's 2 timeouts.
Well, Howe's talking about it over on the sidelines.
Howe's got 2 timeouts, right? I believe it says 3, but they just took one a second ago.
Yeah, they have 2 timeouts in their back pocket.
No, Justin, they just have 1 left.
1, okay.
Oh, 1 timeout, okay. Thank you, Mr. Brass. Stats with Brass coming up at half 2.
Yeah.
Karis Riley, we'll get to hear her interview. We've had that one potted up for a couple weeks. Here's Knox Bounds, slips through the line of scrimmage and gains 3.
Knox Bounds picking up 3
to
on
about
the
the 33-yard line. Clock rolls at 1:35.
down.
You don't need to hurry up, but you do need to have just a little sense of urgency.
You do have the fastest man on the planet in Ryland Strong. And Ryken Cross may want to argue that point.
You got some speed on the field.
Clock still ticks down, 1:17. Play clock is at 16. Bender rolls out right, wants to throw, does. Going to be caught. Ryland Strong, short of a first down. But he gets out of bounds with 1:09 on the clock.
Pass completed to Ryland Strong.
So it stops there. It's 3rd down and 2 for Howe from their own 37-yard line. Jameer Brown checking into the game.
As Bender actually comes off for this play.
Or if this is the Wild Dog.
Alex Mejia checks into the game. This is the Wild Dog. 1:09 on the clock. Could we see some trickery here? Can Knox Bounds throw the football? Sends a man in motion, which is Cross, and Knox is going to keep it over the line of scrimmage. Gets hit in the mouth, but has a first down at the 40-yard line. He kept those feet going.
What a tough run by Knox Bounds.
Tough run.
Knox Bounds on the quarterback.
He looked hit right at the line of scrimmage.
Ball at the 41. Clock stops, or 40. Clock stops momentarily while they move the sticks, and it'll start up here in just a moment.
Man, and that's such a big play on 3rd and 2. You didn't want to give Bowie a chance to score again, and they keep the chains moving.
How about a jugular shot right here from Bender? He's going to roll out near side, looking down the field, throws it deep down the field. It's going to be intercepted at the 41-yard line, and Bowie's going to have a chance to up their lead with 46 seconds remaining before the half. Tyler Ritchie on the interception.
I say, guess who with the interception? He tried to fit it in between 2 white jerseys into Ryken Cross.
That young man will play on Saturdays.
Man, I'm telling you, he's everywhere. And now you give Bowie some life with 46 seconds to go, and
you do have a timeout.
At least a couple of timeouts. or at least one timeout for them. So you put that tired defense back on the field now.
1st and 10, Bowie moving left to right. White jerseys, white pants, white tops, white helmets. Howe in all black except the white helmets. Man drops back, wants to hammer it deep down the field. Beautiful spiral, looking for his man, and it's caught and dropped. He had it in his hands, and when he hit the ground, the ball rolled out. And on the near reception was Rodriguez, Hunter Rodriguez.
And that was a good throw, but that was good coverage. Cross was right with him.
It was great coverage.
And he put that in a spot just where only Rodriguez be able to catch it, but Cross was was draped on his shoulders as he caught that ball.
And they may look that way again. Rodriguez checked out of the game, so a new receiver on the far side. Knowing that Cross had to run a long way, but here's Man going to run to the left side, gets around the corner, chased down by Rogers, who finally gets him out of bounds on the Howe side of the field.
Quarterback keeper
at the
picking up a
46-yard
first
line.
down.
And Rogers was wrapped around his ankles on the sideline, and Man couldn't get away from him, wanted to get away from him, and now a timeout's been called by Bowie. We'll keep it here with 30 seconds remaining. Malin, if you're on defense right now, it's a 1st and 10. How do you keep Bowie out of the end zone here with 30 seconds?
Well, ideally, you got to stop the pass. There's 30 seconds left in this half. You know they're going to pass. You have to stop it. Ideally, that defensive line that has been so good these past couple games would get some pressure in and force Man to make a bad decision.
You know, getting pressure on Man has not been something the Dogs have done tonight.
Yeah, and when they do, again, they kind of, I'm not saying they're afraid, but they don't want to over-pursue. And then leave because once you miss him, then he's got a lot of field in front of him to run. So they kind of have to stay disciplined and kind of keep him in front of him.
Tight ball game here in Howe, Texas. Bulldog Stadium, 20-14 with 30 seconds left to go before the half. We've had this Karis Riley interview for halftime potted up for 3 weeks now. This is the 3rd week. The first week we had some issues, internet trouble. Last week we had a lightning delay, and we never made it to that point in the ball game. But tonight we've got it aired up for you, queued up for you. 1st and 10, Bowie as they come back out on the field.
Garrett Rogers in some pain on the sideline.
He's a cramp.
Looks like it.
That means Kendall O'Brien in at safety. Gage Carr, the linebacker. 1st and 10, left to right. Raider Man floats out left, comes back right, squares his shoulders. He's on the move. Now he throws it, and it's going to be caught down the sidelines. Look out. Lots of space, and in for the touchdown, it appears. That might have been Kyle Keeler over there on the far side. So with 16 seconds, Bowie is able to up their lead to 26-14, awaiting this PAT. And they may want to go for it here to try to even up the scoring. It appears that they're going to go with the PAT team. So trying to hit 27-14 before the half. Word on for the PAT. Snap is back. This one is good. The kick is up. Low line drive kick goes through the uprights. 27-14, our score at Bulldog Stadium with Bowie in the lead. 16 seconds remaining in the half. We'll be right back after this.
This is more than a bundle. This is way more than a combo deal. It's your sanctuary, your home field. It's where everything happens. This is your home, your car, your memories. And you want to be sure they're protected with home and auto insurance. As your State Farm agent, I get it. That's why I'm here to help life go right. My name is Ed Meacham, and I'm your Howe State Farm agent. Give me a call at 903-892-3923 or on the web at mredinsurance.com.
From tailgate to touchdown, South State is here to ensure your financial game plan leads you to victory. With cutting-edge digital tools like contactless payment, digital wallet, and more, your financial plays become seamless and convenient. As your trusted banking partner, South State is committed to supporting you every step of the way, providing expert guidance and dedicated assistance on your financial journey. This is Banking Forward. South State Bank. Member FDIC.
63-yard drive on your Kingdom Inflatable scoring drive recap for Bowie. And Word will get ready for the Tech Wave kickoff here. 16 seconds remaining before the half. Again, we have a good halftime show for you. Karis Riley, who has drum major aspirations in her future career at Howe High School, trying to follow in her big sister's footsteps, Bryn Riley, who just recently graduated. And I think Malin knows her. Word on for the P8 or for the Tech Wave kickoff, going to be taken by guess who? No, that's not Garrett Rogers. That's Knox Bounds, and he's off to the races. Kiss him goodbye. Knox Bounds narrows the gap with 5 seconds remaining before the half on a kick return.
Boy, that is what you needed.
Stop it!
Oh, man, that is what you needed. The first time they kicked it to somebody not named Garrett Rogers.
Well, Rogers was off the field. Jake Roberts had mentioned that he looked a little injured earlier in the game, and he wasn't on the field. Remember, Kendall O'Brien was at safety. Knox Bounds replaces him on the kickoff return and goes 70 to the house.
I mean, it was right between the hashes. I mean, he got that and saw a seam and put it on, and put it in another gear.
Second baseman Fernando Sanchez on for the PAT. Trying to make it 27-21. 5 seconds remaining before the half.
Man, just what you needed in the
Boy,
half.
you had that. Man, you got to keep them off the scoreboard. Sanchez's kick is another low line drive, and this one is no good. But it's a 7-point game. 27-20. Both teams have missed PATs. 5 seconds remaining before the half. We'll be right back in 30 seconds.
Hey, Steve here, the Crazy AC Guy. We raise top-notch AC units and train the finest service techs west of the Mississippi. And we got a truly crazy deal for you. Get 0% financing for 60 months for any qualified air conditioning and heating system. You'd have to be crazy like me to miss this deal. So for all your AC and electrical needs, call us at 903-465-2665 or visit us at crazyacguy.com.
The Crazy AC Guy, where crazy meets quality.
5 seconds on the clock. And
Do you kick it out of bounds just to prevent any kind of wild return?
you know, I've always, my goodness, I've not been a fan of the squib kick situation. I've never been a fan of that. It always seems to give up big yards when you do that. But that's generally how this, when this happens on this particular situation.
Well, I mean, I think the goal with the squib kick is to try to get some time off the clock. And also not get one of their fast guys an opportunity in the open field.
5 seconds on the clock. Sanchez will stand at his 35-yard line, teed up at the 40. Walks to the football and kicks what amounts to be an onside kick, but recovered. That was an onside kick.
Yeah.
That was a Deer Creek dealer moment,
It
wasn't it?
was. And almost paid off. It hit one of the up men.
The ball went flying in the air.
Yeah.
There was a chance for a moment, but, they've got 2 seconds on the clock, and that scares the water out of me as Raider Mann and Tyler Phillips can score at any given moment on any blade of turf on this grass, even with 2 seconds, and at their own 45-yard line, 46-yard line.
And you got to watch for the keep here by man, because if everyone goes downfield, if they're playing a sort of prevent, you got to watch the quarterback scramble.
How far can he throw it?
Man, a bad snap, but he grabs it in, throws a screen pass out, which is caught, but immediately brought down, and that, mercifully, is the end of the first half. And a good one we have, 27-20 at Bulldog Stadium. 3A Division I, Bowie leading 3A Division II, Howe, 27-20. We've got a great halftime show coming up, and we will get on with that right now. We'll see you on the backside.
This is Roger Tidwell, the PA dude here at Bulldog Stadium. The radio guys and I always fight over how hot and cold it is up here in the press box. But if the AC ever quit working, not only would Walker finally shut his trap, he would call Baker Air Conditioning and Heating. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating has been in Howe for over 50 years. They've been in business that long because they're just good people. Call 903-532-6255. That's 903-532-6255. Shut up, Monty.
Anchors with a Z Boat and RV Storage is located 1 mile off of U.S. Highway 75 in Howe, Texas. Anchors Boat and RV Storage is proud to bring personal, small-town customer service to the growing area of North Texas. With both open and covered parking available, locally owned and operated, members of the Howe Area Chamber of Commerce and the Texas Self-Storage Association. Anchors Boat and RV Storage has 20 amp power available and is manager-occupied at 311 Old Highway 6 in Howe. Visit anchorsboatrvstorage.com or call 903-444-2500.
Buying and or selling your next home or property should be an enjoyable experience. At Texoma Land and Home Team, our commitment to the personal relationship of each transaction ensures communication you expect, while assuring that we'll be here the next time you need us. We're not a big box real estate company by design. This freedom allows us to be fully at your service. Texoma Land and Home Team, Renee Nichols Broker, 903-818-1645. Texoma Land and Home Team, for all your real estate needs, 903-818-1645.
All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights is proud to sponsor the pride of Howe High School's Bandsman of the Week. Your hometown Bulldog alumni owned and operated business is here for all your seamless gutter and outdoor Christmas lights needs. Give them a call at 903-819-9183 and let them make your house shine really bright this Christmas. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights. Give them a call at 903-819-9183. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights.
You're listening to the Baker Air Conditioning and Heating Halftime Show. Today's Bandsman of the Week is brought to you by All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights, a firefighter family-owned business. Call them at 903-819-9183. Now let's join Monty Walker with this week's Bandsman of the Week.
This week's Bandsman of the Week is Karis Riley, a sophomore. She's a flute player and squad leader. What does squad leader mean?
Squad leader, it's just we all have our groups of people, usually consists like 12 to 15 people, and we just set up reminders, like if we have practices, if they have any questions, they come to us before they come to the drum majors, and we try to help them as best we can and make band a good place.
You're also a woodwind field captain. What does that mean?
So band, we have woodwind and brass. We have a woodwind field captain, and then we also have a brass field captain. And that's just if we need to do warm-ups before we go out and perform, that's our job. So I'll conduct the woodwinds and get them warmed up, stuff like that.
So when did you start in school? I think you started in kindergarten. Do you remember your kindergarten teacher?
I do. Her name was Mrs. Smith. She was a good teacher. I don't remember much just because that was a long time ago, but people definitely have some stories.
When did you start in the band?
We started band, like kind of in band in 5th grade. And it's just like kind of half band, and then we like go to tech or something like that. But I'd say I started in 6th grade when that was like a thing that we do consistently. So probably 6th grade, I'd say.
So when did you know flute was the thing?
So actually, I didn't. I didn't really have, I guess, a choice. We do pick our top 3 instruments, and flute was not one of mine at all. But I walk into Mrs. List's office. She was like, "You're going to do flute. I know it wasn't on your list, but you're going to do flute, and you're going to love it." So I just stuck with it, and I do love it. So
how's Miss List been? What kind of leader is she?
She's a great leader. She's very passionate. She loves the band. She loves everybody. She loves all her students just like her own kids, and she makes sure that's known. And her goal is to win, and that's what we try to do for her. I would say Miss Pickett's honors English. She's a very good teacher, and she teaches the subject really, really well. But we have a lot of work in there, and we really got to stay on top of it.
Who's your favorite teacher?
Miss Camp. She teaches honors chemistry. I'm in her honors chemistry, and she's a very, very good teacher.
We're going to take a break on your all-in custom gutters and Christmas lights Bandsman of the Week with Karis Riley.
All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights is proud to sponsor the pride of Howe High School's Bandsman of the Week. Your hometown Bulldog alumni-owned and operated business is here for all your seamless gutter and outdoor Christmas lights needs. Give them a call at 903-819-9183 and let them make your house shine really bright this Christmas. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights. Give them a call at 903-819-9183. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights.
Welcome back to the All-In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights Bandsman of the Week segment with Karis Riley. How has this season gone so far? Did you have a good band camp early before the school started and everything?
I'm very proud of this year's freshmen. They did so good during band camp. I think that was probably one of the best band camps we've ever had. They really wanted to come and they really wanted to learn, and they're very coachable. I'm very proud of our band. I think we're progressing really, really well.
In your life, who is someone you look up to?
I'd say I look up to my mom or my sister. Definitely in like the band aspects, I definitely look up to my sister a lot. But my mom also, she's a great role model. My parents, both of them, they have very good morals, and I'm very thankful that I learned those from them.
What are other activities you're involved with at Howe High School?
I'm involved with Stuco. I am student council. I'm the treasurer for them, and then hopefully I'll be trying out for like the class representative.
So as treasurer, how much cash rolls through your hand?
Not much.
So tell us about your siblings. I think you have quite a few of them.
I do. I have an older brother, Noah. He graduated a couple years ago. He's 19. And then I have an older sister, Bryn. She is 18, just turned 18. She graduated last year. And I have a younger brother named Camden, who is a freshman this year.
So speaking of Bryn, she was a drum major here. Do you have any aspirations to be drum major?
I do. That's a big, big goal of mine, to be assistant drum major next year, and then hopefully, if everything goes to plan, head drum major senior year.
What's the goal for this season?
We kind of stole Coach Smith's, motto for his teams. It's win every rep. So obviously our main goal is to win the place we don't talk about. But also I think it's important to make sure we win every rep, do the best we can. Obviously try our best in every competition, every practice, every Friday night.
Life after Howe High School. I know that's quite a ways away. You're only a sophomore, but have you thought about what may be the things you want to do after Howe High School?
I definitely want to go to college. I want to major in something along the lines of sports medicine, hopefully be an athletic trainer or a physical therapist, something like that.
That is Karis Riley, your Bandsman of the Week.
Today's Bandsman of the Week is brought to you by All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights, a firefighter family-owned business. Call them at 903-819-9183. You're listening to the Baker Air Conditioning and Heating Halftime Show.
All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights is proud to sponsor the pride of Howe High School's Bandsman of the Week. Your hometown Bulldog alumni-owned and operated business is here for all your seamless gutter and outdoor Christmas lights needs. Give them a call at 903-819-9183 and let them make your house shine really bright this Christmas. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights. Give them a call at 903-819-9183. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights.
It's that time of year again where our beloved radio guy won't shut his trap about how hot it is up here in the press box. Thankfully, the good people at Baker Air Conditioning and Heating cool this thing down in no time.
Roger, we're dying over here.
Speaking of hot air, there he is. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating has been serving the community of Howe for nearly 60 years. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating is located on Highway 5, and you can call them at 903-532-6255.
Roger! From tailgate to touchdown, South State is here to ensure your financial game plan leads you to victory. With cutting-edge digital tools like contactless payment, digital wallet, and more, your financial plays become seamless and convenient. As your trusted banking partner, South State is committed to supporting you every step of the way, providing expert guidance and dedicated assistance on your financial journey. This is Banking Forward, South State Bank, member FDIC.
Anchors with a Z Boat and RV Storage is located 1 mile off of U.S. Highway 75 in Howe, Texas. Anchors Boat and RV Storage is proud to bring personal, small-town customer service to the growing area of North Texas. With both open and covered parking available, locally owned and operated, members of the Howe Area Chamber of Commerce and the Texas Self-Storage Association. Anchors Boat and RV Storage has 20 amp power available and is manager-occupied at 311 Old Highway 6 in Howe. Visit anchorsboatrvstorage.com or call 903-444-2500.
You're listening to the Baker Air Conditioning and Heating Halftime Show. Let's join Monty Walker with the Anchors Boat and RV Storage Lady Bulldog Spotlight.
This week's Lady Bulldogs volleyball spotlight is Haley White. Now, Haley, when did you start school and how?
I started school in kindergarten.
And do you remember who your teacher was?
Miss Smith.
When did you start playing volleyball?
7th grade.
Do you remember anything about that 7th grade team?
Yes, it was a good experience.
You've got a new head coach in Terry Lambert. How's that change been?
Terry Lambert has been an amazing coach so far. He's the best one we've had.
What's your hardest class that you have right now?
My dual credit criminal justice class.
What makes the criminal justice class hard for you?
It's just a lot of note-taking, a lot of reading, and a lot overall.
Who's your favorite teacher?
Mr. Hunt.
What is it about Mr. Hunt?
He pushes us to be the best and do whatever we can to get good grades.
You're listening to the Lady Bulldog Spotlight with Haley White. We'll be right back.
Anchors with a Z Boat and RV Storage is located 1 mile off of U.S. Highway 75 in Howe, Texas. Anchors Boat and RV Storage is proud to bring personal, small-town customer service to the growing area of North Texas. With both open and covered parking available, locally owned and operated, members of the Howe Area Chamber of Commerce and the Texas Self-Storage Association. Anchors Boat and RV Storage has 20 amp power available and is manager-occupied at 311 Old Highway 6 in Howe. Visit anchorsboatrvstorage.com or call 903-444-2500.
You're listening to the Lady Bulldogs Volleyball Spotlight with Haley White. How has the season gone so far for you?
The season has been really good so far.
And do you know your record, or do you know if you've won more than you've lost?
I'm not sure.
Okay. In your life, who's someone who you look up to?
My mom.
Why is that?
Because she is a great role model and she teaches me a lot.
What other activities are you involved with at Howe High School?
I do a lot of sports, including track, powerlifting, cross country, and volleyball.
Any siblings?
I have 2. Brian White, who's a senior, and Ethan White, who's in 8th grade.
What's the goal for this volleyball season?
To do my best and go out with a bang.
A life after high school? Criminal justice, maybe?
I actually want to try to go to college to be a marine biologist.
All right, that's pretty impressive. That is your Lady Bulldogs Volleyball Spotlight, Haley White.
Tonight's Lady Bulldog Spotlight has been brought to you by Anchors Boat and RV Storage. You're listening to the Baker Air Conditioning and Heating Halftime Show.
This is more than a bundle. This is way more than a combo deal. It's your sanctuary, your home field. It's where everything happens. This is your home, your car, your memories. And you want to be sure they're protected with home and auto insurance. As your State Farm agent, I get it. That's why I'm here to help life go right. My name is Ed Meacham, and I'm your Howe State Farm agent. Give me a call at 903-892-3923 or on the web at mredinsurance.com.
Buying and or selling your next home or property should be an enjoyable experience. At Texoma Land and Home Team, our commitment to the personal relationship of each transaction ensures communication you expect, while assuring that we'll be here the next time you need us. We're not a big box real estate company by design. This freedom allows us to be fully at your service. Texoma Land and Home Team, Renee Nichols Broker, 903-818-1645. Texoma Land and Home Team, for all your real estate needs, 903-818-1645.
No one wants to talk about losing a loved one. The grief that is put on your family is troublesome. Scoggins Funeral Home strives to make that most difficult time the easiest. We want your loved one to be sent off in the best way possible, with your wishes at heart. Call us at 903-482-5225 or visit our website at scogginsfuneralhome.com. 903-482-5225. Our location on Van Alstyne Parkway makes everything close for your needs. 903-482-5225. Scoggins Funeral Home.
This is Roger Tidwell, the PA dude here at Bulldog Stadium. The radio guys and I always fight over how hot and cold it is up here in the press box. But if the AC ever quit working, not only would Walker finally shut his trap, he would call Baker Air Conditioning and Heating. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating has been in Howe for over 50 years. They've been in business that long because they're just good people. Call 903-532-6255. That's 903-532-6255. Shut up, Monty.
You're listening to the Baker Air Conditioning and Heating Halftime Show. Now let's go back to the stadium with Justin White, Malin Walker, Jake Roberts, and Stephen Braswell.
Welcome back to Bulldog Stadium. Bowie leading 27-20 here. And I think it's time to go over some highlights.
Let's do that. So, Howe won the. Let's go ahead and turn the crowd down a little bit. The Bulldogs started with the football first, but were unable to capitalize on that very first drive. And then Bowie took it on their first possession. And good things happened for the Bulldogs. As Jake's potting this up, we're going to have highlights for you. And we're ready.
Pressure. Man rolls out right, wants to throw, under pressure, stops, ducks a defender, comes back near side. On the move and brought down right at the 30-yard line. Howe says they have the football.
On the play.
No indication yet from the official, and now there is. Howe has the football.
That was huge for Howe, and they capitalized on it. Went for the jugular early as Ryland Strong scored for Howe.
In motion was Cross, and now a pass. Ryland Strong makes the catch of the 8. Strolls in over the G in Bulldogs. And it's touchdown time in Texas.
Gee, it was 7-0 at that point after the second baseman Fernando Sanchez PAT. And then Howe was fortunate again their second time around on defense.
Man rolls out that way, wants to throw, has Phillips open, makes the catch, ball's on the ground, and Ryland Strong picks it up. On the move, still fighting, past the 50, still on his feet, and out of bounds at the 41-yard line.
And again, that set up another score. This time it was Knox Bounds.
There's Knox Bounds on his way for a score. Breaks through up the middle. It is touchdown time in Texas. 22 yards for Knox Bounds.
And that made it 14-0 Howe. Out of nowhere, you know, we knew this was going to be a battle with that great Bowie offense and Raider Man, and he showed why the next series.
Man's gonna keep it around the left edge, and he's in right on the H in Howe. And the Jackrabbits are on the board. 14-6 awaiting this PAT.
The PAT was good. It made it 14-7. And then the man who kills the Howe Bulldogs got in the action.
Man wants to throw on 2nd down and 8. Flushed out of the pocket, rolling right. Still on the run. Throws it in the end zone, and it's going to be a diving catch and a touchdown.
And that's Tyler Ritchie, who at that point had scored 5 touchdowns against Howe in 4.5 quarters. And then, why not keep on rolling with Tyler Ritchie if you're Bowie, right?
Play here. Quick pass. It's going to be caught by Tyler Ritchie, and he escapes in the middle of the field and scores.
Touchdown, Bowie.
That gave Bowie their first lead of the night, 20-14, but they missed the PAT, which left us with that score. And then Bowie kept adding to the score, this time on this touchdown. 1st and 10, left to right. Raider man floats out left, comes back right, squares his shoulders, he's on the move. Now he throws it, and it's going to be caught down the sidelines. Look out. Lots of space, and in for the touchdown, it appears. That was Kyle Keeler on the touchdown reception. And it looked like Bowie was going to take a 27-14 lead into the half. They had to kick off after that touchdown to Howe. An injured Garrett Rogers was out of the game, and he's took all kinds of punishment on kick return all night long. He being out of the game, they inserted Knox Bounds into his position, and this happened. Word on for the Tech Wave kickoff, going to be taken by guess who? No, that's not Garrett Rogers. That's Knox Bounds, and he's off to the races. Kiss him good. Knox Bounds gap with 5 seconds remaining before the half on a kick return.
Boy, that is what you needed.
Stop. And that gave us the kicked off to Bowie. Bowie was unable to score. It was an onside kick with the Deer Creek dealer showing up with an onside kick right before the half. It gave Bowie a chance to score before the half, but they were unable to do so, which gave us our halftime score right now of 27-20. We're going to take a quick timeout. When we come back, we'll have stats with Braz.
And Christmas Lights is proud to sponsor the pride of Howe High School's Bandsman of the Week. Your hometown Bulldog alumni-owned and operated business is here for all your seamless gutter and outdoor Christmas lights needs. Give them a call at 903-819-9183 and let them make your house shine really bright this Christmas. All-in custom gutters and Christmas lights. Give them a call at 903-819-9183. All-in custom gutters and Christmas lights.
It's that time of year again where our beloved radio guy won't shut his trap about how hot it is up here in the press box. Thankfully, the good people at Baker Air Conditioning and Heating cool this thing down in no time.
Roger, we're dying over here.
Speaking of hot air, there he is. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating has been serving the community of Howe for nearly 60 years. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating is located on Highway 5, and you can call them at 903-532-6255.
Roger!
Welcome back to Bulldog Stadium. Howe on top in this one, 27-20. It's time for a little stats with Stephen Braswell here. We got a good one tonight, so
Yes, we do.
go ahead and give us the stats.
So far for Howe, we've got Bender is 4 for 7 passing, 49 yards. Of course, one of those is about 30 yards strike to Strong for the first score. Rushing wise, we got 16 rushes for 32 yards. Bender does have his one interception. The first half offense for Howe is 81 yards. One of the things that's kind of hurting Howe a little bit, and they're going to have to put in check in the second half, is they had 5 penalties. 5 penalties for around 51 yards.
Yeah, and I noticed that. That definitely was a big factor.
Yeah, that's hurt. Yeah, the plus thing was we got 3 fumbles recovered, or 2 fumbles recovered, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and
Bowie actually has 3 fumbles, but we got 2 of them.
That kind of offsets the penalties for Howe.
Yes. As Bowie, as far as passing goes, they were 12 for 18 for 189 yards man, and 200 and rushing was 19 for 97 yards. So that gives him 286 yards total in the first half. Like I mentioned, they had the 3 fumbles and lost 2 of them, so that's a plus. They've got 2 penalties for 18 yards. As far as individual leaders go for Howe, rushing wise, Bounds has 8 rushes for 36 yards and 1 touchdown. Bender 4 rushes with no yards. Rackham Cross has 2 rushes, 0 yards, and Ryland Strong 2 for -4. And most of his is because he's getting behind the line. Passing wise, Bender 4 for 7 for 49 yards, 1 interception and 1 TD. And reception wise, Ryland Strong's got 4 for 49 yards and 1 touchdown.
And he has the only receptions for Howe.
Yeah, he's the only receiver so far. As far as Bowie goes, reception wise, Richie 7 receptions for 105 yards and 2 touchdowns.
That's a heck of a fantasy stat for
yes, I know.
only the first half.
You're right. Bradley Horton 3 receptions for 66 yards and a touchdown. Whitfield's got 1 for 18, and Dosh has 1 for 0. Rushing wise, man, 10 rushes, 48 yards, 1 touchdown. He does have the 2 fumbles. Whitfield 6 for 35. Horton 2 for 16, and Richie 1 for -2 yards as far as rushing goes. So that's our halftime stats.
So I guess we'll take a quick timeout, and we'll be back with second half action here at Bulldog Stadium.
This is more than a bundle. This is way more than a combo deal. It's your sanctuary, your home field. It's where everything happens. This is your home, your car, your memories. And you want to be sure they're protected with home and auto insurance. As your State Farm agent, I get it. That's why I'm here to help life go right. My name is Ed Meacham, and I'm your Howe State Farm agent. Give me a call at 903-892-3923 or on the web at mredinsurance.com.
From tailgate to touchdown, South State is here to ensure your financial game plan leads you to victory. With cutting-edge digital tools like contactless payment, digital wallet, and more, your financial plays become seamless and convenient. As your trusted banking partner, South State is committed to supporting you every step of the way, providing expert guidance and dedicated assistance on your financial journey. This is Banking Forward, South State Bank, member FDIC.
Hey, Steve here, the crazy AC guy. We raise top-notch AC units and train the finest service techs west of the Mississippi. And we got a truly crazy deal for you. Get 0% financing for 60 months for any qualified air conditioning and heating system. You'd have to be crazy like me to miss this deal. So for all your AC and electrical needs, call us at 903-465-2665 or visit us at crazyacguy.com.
The crazy AC guy, where crazy meets quality.
Welcome back. We're just about ready for third quarter action here at the hallowed grounds of Bulldog Stadium, the oldest active stadium anywhere in North Texas, opened November of 1935. Every Bulldog who's ever suited up has played on this gridiron. And we're just about ready. Now, Howe won the toss in the pregame, and they elected to receive, so they'll be on defense first. And there's a little enthusiasm out there. Charles Furr jumping up and down. It must have been a pretty good halftime from head coach Jake Smith, because they look a little bit re-enthused.
Something about Coach Smith is that
there you go, Justin.
am I on? Okay. He's a motivator and encourager, so I know he's got to be talking to those guys and say, hey, we're still in this game. And it did help. It helped with the Knox Bounds 73-yard touchdown.
Boy, did it ever.
Return.
Number 6, Fernando Sanchez kicking off to begin the second half.
A pooch kick that will be taken on the near side, going down the sidelines and finally pushed out of bounds. There's a number 88 that we do not have on our roster for Bowie, and it could be. I don't have it.
I think that's. I thought that was
Bowie
too funny. I think that's 30.
Kickoff to the Bulldog.
I don't know. Maybe it's 36.
I think it's 88. I think it got clipped off the bottom of our roster.
Oh, did it? Okay.
Perhaps, maybe. Our apologies to the family of number 88. But Bowie will set up shop to start this second half on the Howe side of the field at the 44-yard line. Moving left to right towards the south end zone. A handoff to Tyler Ritchie. who was in the backfield. And he'll gain
Chris
2.
Torres starting off the second half.
I think
with a tackle
2.
number
They'll spot him at the
17.
42-yard line.
Tyler Ritchie, the ball carrier.
Well, they like to move Richie around. I think it's the first time we've seen him in the backfield, though, at least to get a carry.
Most
time he's getting the ball thrown to him.
Second down and 8 coming up for Howe. 11:32 on the clock here in quarter number 3, as we'll switch that over from half to 3. There we go. Second down and 8. We're early on in the second half. I hope you had a very enjoyable Baker's air conditioning halftime show. And a flag whistles before this one could get underway. A little pushing and shoving.
Dead ball foul. Delay game. Against
the Alex
Bowie.
Mejia
Back 'em up
and
5
Tyson
yards, still
Jordan
second down.
matchup is one to behold. They'll back it up 5 yards, and it'll be second down and 13 for the Jackrabbits.
It seemed to take a while to get everybody set up, and I saw a man kind of looking at his wristband for the play, getting everybody in spot. So got the delay game, puts it behind the sticks.
2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Man goes in motion, and a handoff to Tyler Ritchie, and he is going to be pounded after a 2.5-yard gain back to the original line of scrimmage. And here's a late flag that comes in.
Tyler Ritchie on the carry.
It was some extracurricular
We
there.
have a penalty flag thrown.
He was there.
It was Jet Black and Dylan Patterson.
Oh, Patterson, okay.
Yeah, and I think they're going to get Patterson for continuing to follow through with the block after the whistle was blown. He just kind of stayed on him.
He was the one being blocked.
He ended up on top of him by the end of the play, and he just kind of kept pushing him after the whistle.
They're coming over to talk to head coach Jake Smith. And he has his palms to the
Personal foul
sky.
against Bowie.
It is
Personal foul against the Bulldogs.
So personal fouls against both teams.
Offsetting
And it'll be
penalties.
offsetting. And it remains a third down, and what are we looking at?
Well, it'll be second down because they'll probably replay the down.
Wouldn't it be?
That's true.
Well, wouldn't it be a dead ball foul after the play?
Well, they offset him, so.
Well, but I assumed it was after the whistle.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I wonder
It
if
was
that's
a
what they're-
gain up to about the 42-yard line by Ritchie. But the ball right now is resting at the 46. And now they're moving it to the 44.
It looks like that's what they're trying to figure out right now, where to place the ball.
And there's a pretty good discussion with head coach Jake Smith and the officials. Again, the officials tonight out of the Dallas chapter, Ken Lento, the referee, and the umpires, Stephen Rachel. And they're having a pretty good conversation there. Now, Jake Smith is not one to ever be too animated, and he's certainly not here, but he is. He leaned back as if, what? You can see the body language a little bit. And so now they break that conversation. There's 10:30 on the clock here. We're in the third.
So after all that, it's back to the kind of the original line of scrimmage. Now they're going over the other side. Talk to Coach Price. Give him an explanation.
Big third down here, Monty.
We haven't had a chance to talk yet with Malin Walker in a while. Malin, how do they sort this out? Did that happen after the play?
Yeah, it's just a scuffle from after the play, getting up. This trench has been chirping all game long. One rep, the defender will win. Another rep, the offensive lineman will get a pancake. That just breeds some animosity between these Jackrabbits and Bulldogs.
The officials are finally getting things squared away, it appears. The ball still resting at the 44-yard line. And it looks like we're going to go from there. Third down and 10, is that right? Third and 10. Man in the gun. Whitfield back in the game at tailback. 2 receivers left, 2 right. Quick pass left, and the ball is dropped. And so he's human. Tyler Ritchie has it go right between the 1 and the 2 on the front of his jersey, and it falls to the turf. I did not know that young man was human.
Well, Gage Carr and Brevin Mayo were coming in on the blitz.
The intended receiver.
and kind of made Mann get rid of that pass a little bit quicker than he wanted. It was going to be a quick pass anyways, but Mayo and Carr breathing right down his neck.
So the dreaded fourth down. It's 4th and 10 for Bowie at the Howe 44-yard line. They have been successful all night long. Early movement, and I think Mann was going to quick kick that one anyway. It appeared like he was going to boot that one away.
Ball start against Bowie. 5-yard penalty.
I'm not sure that wasn't a fake punt right there because the receiver seemed to kind of jump the gun, and that was number 10 for Bowie, Keeler. He kind of jumped the gun looking like he was about to go out for a route.
Well, it's 4th and 15 now after the penalty. And it's a true punt here. A low, wiggly kick. And Rogers is going to get out of the way of it, and it's going to continue to roll down to around the 5-yard line. 6-yard line.
Is down at
and that's where Howe will start on their first drive of this second half.
I think it's going to be an 11-yard line.
Is it 11? I'm sorry. Yeah.
So he's going to need a little bit of breathing room. With 9:50 to go here in the third quarter, 27-20, Bowie leads Howe.
Here come the Bulldogs. 1st and 10 on offense, send cross in motion. Bender's going to keep it over left guard, and he's slung down in a hurry. And I don't know if he even got a yard there. It'll be 2nd down and 10 from the 11-yard line.
Deacon Bender on the quarterback keeper.
Trying to put a man in motion, a little bit of window dressing.
2nd down.
But the defense for Bowie wasn't fooled on that. As Bender, as you said, barely, I think he barely got back to the line of scrimmage.
2nd down and 10. Bender wants to throw right side, flush down to the pocket, rolling, and he is sacked back at the 4-yard line. So 3rd down and behind the sticks you go.
Bender.
About a 6-yard loss for the Bulldogs. They'll spot him at the 5.
Usually kind of a quick pass. The man was covered and rolled to his right, and Noah Metzler, the defensive end, the senior defensive end, came in from the other side as Bender tried to get away, and Metzler dropped him back behind the line of scrimmage, way back, all the way back to the 5. So this is, now you just maybe need some breathing room for your punter.
Bender's going to roll near side this time. In the end zone, steps out of the end zone, throws it over the middle. It's going to be caught at about the 15-yard line. And that is Eli Stoner on the reception, but the punt team will come in.
Number 8,
and Garrett Rogers
Stoner.
again has the goalpost shadowed right over him to punt this one away. He'll stand at his own 1-yard line to boot it away. And you need a good punt right here. Hunter Rodriguez back deep for the Jackrabbits. He'll stand at the Howe 40. So Bowie set to get really good field position here for their second drive. The punt is a low line drive kick, bounces, takes a good Howe bounce, crosses midfield, and then comes back. And they'll start at the 50 for their second drive. And I say they, that means the Bowie Jackrabbits. 7:47 on the clock here in quarter number 3. Bowie leading 27-20. Right now, it's a nail biter. If you're a Howe fan, you've got to have a stop right here, get back into this football game. And you're not out of it, but you want to have momentum as this thing's kind of stalling out. And then when a stall out happens, that's in Bowie's favor.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, you kind of just got to stick with it right now. Both teams coming out, not looking really crisp on either side of the ball, on either offense, not looking crisp.
1st down and 10. Raider man in the gun. His heels are on the 45, slings it out, and that ball is on the turf, rolls out of bounds. Was that a catch? And do they get the yardage where it goes out of bounds? They're going to rule him down at the spot of the catch,
Pass is complete.
which is on the Howe side of the 45-yard line.
He caught that almost at his ankles as he's kind of moving forward. And the ball came out as he went down. Lucky he got 5 yards out of that.
2nd down and 5. Mann wants to run around the left edge, And he is not going to get a first down. He goes out of bounds.
Raider man on the
About 2
quarterback
yards
keeper.
shy of the first down.
Gain of 2 on the play, 3rd down.
And it'll be 3rd and 2.
And really, this is probably 4-down territory for Bowie. So you got 2 downs. 2 downs to get 2 yards for Bowie.
3rd and 2. Man wants it. Turns around. Quick pass. That's going to be Tyler Ritchie. He's got the first down, and he's got a little bit more to the 36-yard line. They'll think they'll spot him at the 35.
Bowie first down.
And they'll move the sticks.
Well, they're just wearing out that left side of the offense.
Or the defense.
Or the defense, I guess you could say. On those quick passes to Ritchie, just kind of put him in space, see what he can do with it. Able to get enough for the first down on that one.
1st and 10, left to right, 7:13 on the clock. We're in the 3rd quarter. This is a handoff. No, man kept it, throws it out, left side, caught, first down at about the 21-yard line.
Yeah, a little RPO action there. Faked the handoff, kind of held it in his gut, then pulled it right at the last second, and was able to deliver a strike.
So, man, 5 yards away from the line of scrimmage, hands off to Whitfield. Nope. Again, he pulled it out of the gut. A beautiful read by Man, and he does everything well. He pulled it right out of Whitfield's gut, and he has a great ball fake, and then slung it over, and it fell incomplete. It's 2nd down and 10. 7 minutes exactly on the clock here in the 3rd quarter.
And because of the legs of Man, you got to respect him really, or Whitfield. Brevin Mayo was able to kind of get in front of that pass there to make it incomplete.
2 receivers to either side. This time he does hand it off to Whitfield, who's still churning for yards. He'll make his way inside the 20 at about the 18-yard line.
All right, again, watch the RPO action. Quick pass out to Ritchie on that left side of the defense.
We're staring at about a 3rd and 6 here for Bowie at the Howe 17-yard line. 6:36 on the clock, 3rd quarter.
Ritchie's in the slot on the right side now.
Brevin Mayo checks out. Jacob Griffo checks in. Man wants to throw, rolling right. Cuts it up inside, on the move, and he is going to be close to a first down at the 15-yard line. Going to be short, though. It's going to be 4th down, and we'll see what Bowie elects to do. I think a timeout may have been called. It's an official timeout because we have an injured player.
Yeah, that's going to be Garrett Rogers again. It looks like another cramp.
I thought it was Griffo.
It's going to be both Garrett Rogers and Griffo. Griffo's been battling some unknown problem all game long, and it seems that this finally got to him. Garrett Rogers, of course, with the cramp issues, and they're both out right now on the close far line, right at the 15-yard line.
So we're not going to speculate what the injury may be with Griffo as he gets back up. Was it leg related, Malin?
We don't know, but he's favoring one leg, so it looks like it is going to be a leg issue.
So he is really favoring that leg, hobbling mightily to the bench.
And he's a key cog on that offensive line as well as that defensive line.
Yes, he is. 4th and 4, and he's a junior.
And he hasn't been feeling 100% all game, but, man, he's been playing 100% all game.
Well, they are working on his calf like it's a cramp. So that, if there is a good sign, that is one. Here's Man on 4th and 4, rolls out left. He's going to run it, and he is going to be trapped. I think that's a turnover on downs. Howe stopped him. What a great play on the far side.
That's Brevin Mayo.
It is Brevin Mayo.
Man, and that looked like they were going to get the first down there, but Mayo was just able to track down Man and just make what a great open field tackle.
Mayo's been involved in a lot of plays, whether it be, and it's not necessarily with tackles. It could be deflecting the ball, rushes, hurries on Man. He's been him and Alex Mejia have been making a living on that, doing a great job on that defensive side of the ball.
Brevin Mayo has lived his life being aggressive, and it is paying dividends for the Howe Bulldogs. 5:57 on the clock here in the 3rd, 27-20. Bowie in the lead, but Howe again with the football, but they're deep in their own side of the field. At some point, you need a big play, and your offensive line is going to have to hold up for you in order to do so. And this looks like Bender sending a man in motion. And he will hand off to Ryken Cross, who is hammered down at the 15-yard line. Gain of maybe 1 or 2 to the 15. So this drive starts at the 13-yard. Is that right? 13-yard line. It'll be second down and 8 for Howe. 5:38 rolling on this third quarter clock, trailing Bowie 27-20.
Trying to get your playmakers in space. Cross had a little bit of room on that 2-yard run.
Bender in the gun, turns, quick pass over to the right side. That's going to be caught down the sidelines, dragging Bowie Jackrabbits on his back on the far side. And I'm trying to find out who that is over on that far side. It might have been Ryland Strong, and it was. Not only is he fast, but Strong is strong.
Howe giving Bowie a taste of their own medicine with their own number 12. Just a quick pass up to their right side, and Strong in space, who won't go down without a fight. Use some of his speed and his power to get a first down and move these sticks.
First and 10, right to left goes Howe. In all black, black pants, black jerseys, white helmet, with Howe in script on that white helmet with a black stripe down the middle and a black face mask. Bender in the gun will hand off to Knox Bounds up the middle. Not much room to run, if any. He'll get back to the line of scrimmage, which is the 30-yard line. Second down and 10 coming up. At some point, you've got to create some space with those 3-down linemen of Bowie.
Got those 4 linebackers crashing in, and you got to make them pay. Maybe an RPO action, something to make those linebackers stay honest.
So it's Bryce Baker in at right tackle, replacing Jacob Griffo. Baker was the starting left guard in week 1 against Boyd. Bender wants to throw, nowhere to go. He's brought down, lost back to the 20. That's about a 10-yard loss, but there is a flag down close to the line of scrimmage, and we'll see what this is. Usually that's in the area of a hold.
I think Bender looked for the quick pass, and it was covered. And then the pocket just kind of collapsed on him. He didn't have a chance to really escape the pocket.
Officials walking this back, and they'll put it on the ground at the 21-yard line.
Call against the Bulldogs.
So it's a holding call, and it's a spot foul. And with 3:59 on the clock, Howe is facing a
should be a
second. Third and 21. Well, the stick says third down. Bender is in the gun, his heels on the 15, drops back, quick pass, right side, bubble screen. Ryland Strong has the ball get away from him. It's rolling on the ground. Bowie has it at the 36-yard line.
Fumble on the play.
He made the catch, and someone came up from behind him and just punched it out. And the Jackrabbits are in great position now to extend their lead with 3:37 left to go in the third. Did I describe that right, Malin? Did that ball get punched out?
That's exactly right. I think he even took a big hit there along with the punch, and it just, with that combination, just popped it right out.
So it's first and 10 left to right for the Bowie Jackrabbits.
The only good thing about that was that the ball went forward when it was punched out about 8-10 yards. Almost like a very small punt.
3-down lineman for Howe. And man will drop back under some pressure, steps up in the pocket, throws a low pass, which is incomplete. And again, there's some extracurricular there.
Pass is incomplete.
As it seems to be getting a little bit chippy.
Right there, especially in the trenches. Malin talked about that.
Yeah, Rogers.
And that pass rush has gotten a little bit more pressure here to start the second half. Man feeling it there, and that's the reason why he underthrew his receiver.
Yeah, they're seeming to get more aggressive, get more to it.
4-down lineman for Howe. Man trying to find the far corner is going to go out of bounds. Some Bulldogs were trying to hold up to make sure they didn't get a late hit over there. And he's going to gain 0 yards. Back to the line of scrimmage we go. 3rd and 10 coming up from Bowie. It doesn't matter if it's 3rd and 10, 4th and 10, 4th and 15, 3rd and 15. they can convert wherever they are on the field. This time it's 3rd down and 11. They'll mark him as a 1-yard loss on that scramble. Man drops back 5 steps, wants to fire deep down the field, middle of the field, wide open is Hunter Rodriguez. He makes the catch at the 1 and is popped as he goes in the end zone by Garrett Rogers, but that is another 6 points for Bowie. 33-20, our new score, awaiting a PAT, but there's a flag down.
That's in the area of holding, I think.
We're waiting on the signal from the official. Holding. Number 75, Bill Posderick. Anybody? I'm nobody younger than 50 even knows what that's about.
No.
There was a game on Monday Night Football, the Cowboys, and I can't remember who they were playing. Maybe the Giants. And Tony Dorsett won the game on 3 consecutive touchdowns, but at 3 consecutive holding calls on Phil Posderick. I was about 10 years old. I'll never get over that. Here's a man dropping back 5 steps, throws deep ball again. This may be the same play, and there's going to be a flag on Garrett Rogers this time, or Ryken Cross rather, as he never turned his head around, and there was all kinds of bumping and grinding going around at the 5-yard line.
Cross, there was a lot of contact.
Pass is incomplete. Penalty flag.
I think the ball bounced off the back of Cross's helmet eventually, but he was all over Rodriguez.
Yeah, him and Rodriguez. He was kind of step for step, but he was bumping him as he went along, and so kind of get that yardage back and get a first down out of it. Luckily, it's not a spot foul like the NFL.
The NFL. But it will be a new set of downs.
15 yards.
2:47 on the clock. There's been no scoring to this point in the 3rd quarter, although we just witnessed a very long touchdown to Hunter Rodriguez that got called back due to a holding penalty.
And just as Jake was talking a while ago about the pressure this Howe defense was putting on it, the last couple of plays, they haven't been able to get pressure to him. He's had a good, clean pocket to throw from.
1st and 10 as they're telling the clock operators to wind it. There we go. As it has. Handoff to Whitfield, right over center, breaks through a couple of tackles. Finally, Mejia horse collars him and drags him down, not literally, but that'll be a decent enough gain to the 30-yard line. So 2nd down and 8, 7.5, with 2:20 on the clock here in the 3rd quarter. They'll call it, the scoreboard operator calls it 2nd down and 7. So we'll go with that. Man in the gun, 3 receivers left, 1 right. Man rolls that way to the left, fires it, and it's going to be caught, and again, in and out of the hands of Tyler Ritchie.
Pass is incomplete. Tyler Ritchie, the intended
It was right behind Ritchie. He caught it, but Rogers and Stoner were right there on either side of him. They were going to nail him if he caught that ball cleanly.
And I think he felt it.
I think he kind of alligator armed it a little bit.
Go ahead.
Sometimes we talk about receivers like trying to make a play on the ball, but I think he felt the defense on that one.
3rd and 7. Man looking left the entire way. Now he looks to the middle of the field, fires to the right side, and it is caught and then dropped. And unable to haul it in again is Tyler Ritchie, but that would have been a heck of a catch. I wouldn't call that a drop. He had to dive all out for it and could not bring it in.
It was kind of a drag route across the field. Stoner caught him in coverage as he went across. It had Stoner beat. Just threw a little bit the outstretched arms of Ritchie.
Here's the ever so dangerous 4th and 7 for Bowie.
I wonder what their 4th or 3rd down conversion rate's been tonight.
It's high.
Well, it feels like Howe stops them every 1st and 2nd down, and then they end up getting the conversion on 3rd or 4th.
4th and 7 we go. 1:58 on the clock. 27-20, Bowie in the lead. 2 receivers to either side. Whitfield in the backfield. Man wants to roll left, throws, deep ball in the end zone, and it is incomplete. Great coverage right there this time. Garrett Rogers was there along with Ryland Strong, and that's a turnover on downs. And Howe will take the ball at their own 30-yard line, moving right to left towards the north end zone.
Good job, kind of flushed out man, kind of threw it a little bit across his body. You know, the backside, great coverage by Rogers and Strong to kind of knock that away, not giving the receiver any chance to catch that ball.
I want to say hello to Andy Roberts out there, probably listening. He's always listening. He's a big fan of the Bulldogs. Loves listening to our broadcast. So hello, Andy. 1:51 on the clock. We're in the third quarter. This is a ball game. 27-20, Bowie in the lead.
And Howe's had their opportunities to strike here in this third quarter with the defense doing their job. They're just going to have to complete a drive.
3 down linemen for Bowie. Jacob Griffo back in the game for Howe, and now is this a delay of game? Howe's going to back it up 5 yards. Been playing behind the sticks a little bit too much since the first quarter.
5-yard penalty.
And those are self-inflicted wounds. Those aren't tackles behind the line of scrimmage. Those are on you.
So it's 1st and 15 with 1:51 on the clock. Bender, handoff, Knox Bounds, running right over right tackle. And he moves the pile back to the 30-yard line. So a gain of 5 for
Knox Bounds.
Knox leaps and bounds.
2nd down.
There just has not been much tonight.
Griffo still struggling out there.
Yeah.
He's back on the field, but he is grabbing, just clutching his right calf. Kendall O'Brien will check into the game.
They put a couple other extra guys on that right side. At least help Griffo out.
Cross goes in motion. And here is a handoff to Ryland Strong on the reverse. And that goes backwards.
Ryland Strong.
That reverse, end around, whatever has not been there all night long.
It's not been around.
No, it's not getting around. They're not getting around that.
Hey, end around ain't getting around.
That was a 4. They faked it to 4 people right there. And then Bowie was still able to just immediately figure out the diagnosis.
It's almost like the old Starburst kickoff return where you have a dealer and you have all these guys flying by. And that's kind of what that offensive play reminded me of. Bender has Knox Bounds to his left, but he's on the move, on a roll, and this time he's going to be thrown down and sacked inside the 15 to the 12-yard line. And he gets up unhappy.
That's Metzler again. Noah Metzler. Second sack
Bender tackled
of the night.
Metzler, a returning starter from a year ago, and he's been a good one for them for quite some time. He is a senior. And it'll be punt time for Howe again. Another punt as Rogers, who's had some cramp issues of his own, but he'll have to do it in the fourth quarter. That's the end of the third quarter. Howe trails by a touchdown, 27-20 here at Bulldog Stadium. We'll be back in 60.
No one wants to talk about losing a loved one. The grief that is put on your family is troublesome. Scoggins Funeral Home strives to make that most difficult time the easiest. We want your loved one to be sent off in the best way possible, with your wishes at heart. Call us at 903-482-5225 or visit our website at scogginsfuneralhome.com. 903-482-5225. Our location on Van Alstyne Parkway makes everything close for your needs. 903-482-5225. Scoggins Funeral Home.
Who's your local plumber? Brother Plumber. It's good to know someone local and someone you can trust when your home or office drops the ball.
Mainline break, 15 yards.
Brother Plumber is plumb professional and serves not only Howe, but also all of Grayson County. And you can save yourself 10% if you mention Go Bulldogs. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. We'd love to help. Brother Plumber is one call away at 469-968-4487. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. Remember, Go Bulldogs.
27-20 Bowie in the lead at Bulldog Stadium over Howe. I was talking off the air there. At halftime, I mean, this is not new. Anybody that knows Kevin Wilson, I have never seen a harder working superintendent in my entire life. He was mopping the bleachers over here. Something happened, I don't know, the Coke spilled, I'm not sure. But he's up here mopping the bleachers. He's always doing something.
Not afraid to get out there and get a mop and do the work.
So it will be Rogers back to punt this one away. He'll stand at his own 4-yard line. And that's been the theme here in the second half. And this is a high wobbly kick headed towards the Howe sidelines. And it almost hits the athletic trainer's table. And Bowie's going to have great field position starting at the Howe 35-yard line on the north side of the field.
Bowie now takes over.
11:54 on the clock remaining in this football game, and it's a one-touchdown game.
It feels like we played 2 different games tonight. First half full of offense, full of highlights. Second half, up to this point at least,
not so much.
Defensive masterclass from both sides.
When you think about it, Howe scored 14 points, and then Bowie scored 27 unanswered.
Handoff up the middle to Whitfield, and Howe has the football. A fumble on the play, and Brevin Mayo comes up with it. Ball in his right palm, and he gets hugs everywhere.
Third turnover of the night for this defense.
Brevin Mayo, have yourself a game, young man.
Mayo's been all over the field.
Wild man.
Knocking down passes, hurrying the quarterback, and then recovering a fumble there on that one.
He has officially surpassed Ethan Mayo. I'm just kidding. We love you, Ethan. First and 10 for Howe. That's what they needed. They needed a break in a one-touchdown game, and they'll have the ball on their side of the field, but with not bad field position at this point. But you got to stay in front of the sticks. There's 25 on the play clock, so you shouldn't have problems with that on first down. It's first and 10. Howe from their own 37-yard line. They're switching the footballs out as Deacon Bender wants his own football. 3 receivers to the left side. Ryland Strong by himself to the right. Griffo back in at left tackle, and Bender wants to go deep for Strong. Over the shoulder, and he can't haul it in. Really good coverage by Tyler Ritchie. 12 on 12. And Strong really had to make an adjustment to even try to catch that ball. It would have been a difficult catch as it was going straight over his head.
That's a good little matchup there with Ritchie and Strong.
That is a good matchup.
I like the aggressiveness of
both juniors, too.
Of the Bulldog offense. Trying to go long, trying to get a big play. Trying to hit it downfield to your best athletes on the team.
Second down and 10. You need an influx of Knox Bounds here. But this is going to be Bender keeping it around the right side. He's not had much room to run all night long. And Jacob Griffo hits the ground again, but he gets up, and he is struggling.
Yeah, the running lanes have just not been, the holes have just not been there tonight.
Back to the line of scrimmage Bender gets, so we're still at the 37. It's third down and 10. 11:37 left to go in this football game. It's a one-score game. Griffo really showing the heart of a champion staying in this football game with his right calf cramping up on every play. 3 seconds on the play clock and a timeout's been called. Jake Smith will talk to his troops. We're going to take a quick one. We'll be right back right after this.
At Grayson Cullen Electric Cooperative, GCEC, we have been around for over 80 years and are governed by 7 principles: open and voluntary membership, democratic member control, members' economic participation, autonomy and independence, education, training, and information, cooperation among cooperatives, and concern for community. One of our communities is Howe, Texas, and GCEC is proud to support the Howe Bulldogs.
This is Bulldogs head coach Jake Smith, and it didn't take me long to get to know where Sonic of Howe is. After practice or games, I like to head down to 105 North Collins Freeway, grab a burger, tots, and a shake. As a matter of fact, I like to say, it's Sonic time in Texas.
Yeah, Coach, that's kind of my thing.
Oh, okay. How about Sonic really brings the hammer down?
Coach, that's kind of my thing.
With Sonic, I'm highly motivated, truly dedicated.
Yeah, Coach, that's another one of my lines.
How about this? It's not just good, it's Sonic good.
Yeah, I like that.
Thank you, officials, for holding us for 60 seconds. 11:37 on the clock. It's 3rd down and 10. Bender drops straight back. Pressure. Middle screen to Knox Bounds, and a great tackle. Absolutely wonderful tackle made on Bounds. And
that's Metzler again.
Knox Bounds, the receiver.
And that's a good play call. I like the screen there because you kind of knew Bowie was going to bring pressure. And they set it up perfectly. And if Bounds had gotten past the defender right there, he might have been off to the races.
It could have been easily a first down at least.
Oh, yeah, there was a lot of room in front of him, but Metzler stayed home.
Great play by Metzler. 11:02 left to go in this football game. Howe's going to be punting from their own. Well, Rogers will stand at his own 22. It's a low line drive kick. It's going to get some roll here. Still rolling, and Bowie, for the first time in a long time, are going to start on their side of the field from the 31-yard line. 10:45 left to go in the game.
First and 10 from
So
their own
1st and 10,
31
moving
line.
right to left, are the Bowie Jackrabbits.
You know, if Howe ends up losing this game, they're going to really be kicking themselves about all the opportunities they had to do something, to score, to make plays. I mean, that was a scoreless third quarter.
You know,
but give credit to your defense for being able to keep Bowie scoring.
You know, I look at it, a tremendous job by the defense. You know, I think we said in the open, the man's going to get his yards. And Tyler Ritchie are going to get their yards because they're a great offensive combo. And they have the ability to score at any given moment. But how to hold them to 27 points here in the fourth quarter.
And nothing in the second half.
Yeah, I mean, hats off to the defense. So far have played above their head. And they've been able to get some turnovers, and they haven't capitalized on them lately. Did early. But here's a 1st and 10, moving right to left. A man in the gun from his own 31. And he's going to keep it around the right edge, and he's got a lot of green turf in front of him. First down and more down the sidelines. And he's going to get some yardage here, and he's going to get some points here. 69 yards for Raider Man as he extends the Bowie Jackrabbit lead to 33-20 with 10:33 left to go in this football game. You knew at some point
he was going to break one.
And that just happened. We were just talking about that.
I know.
And my mother's going to text me, yes, I jinxed it.
That was a good read option. I mean, the defense bid on that, and when they did, there was nobody on that right side of the defense. And then it was just a foot race.
Corbin Word on for the PAT. And we have to tell you, earlier we said 88 all night, and we didn't have an 88. Actually, that was Colton Dosh, 36. They have some big numbers, and you would think big numbers you'd be able to easily see, but those big numbers jumble up at times.
Jerseys kind of bunch up.
Yeah, the jerseys bunch up, and the 88 looks like 30, or the 36 looks like 88. So our apologies, as every time we called 88, we were talking about Colton Dosh.
I will cut y'all some slack. I'm about 20 yards away from him, and I can't tell what number he's wearing. So,
and especially for Mr. Magoo up here. And I do have some new lenses ordered. They're supposed to be here in a week, so I'm hoping maybe I can see next week. We're waiting for word on this PAT. Snaps backs on the tee. The kick is up, and it might have hit somebody's helmet. It's no good. And it will remain 33-20 here in the fourth quarter with 10:33 left to go in the game. We'll be right back.
What's up, guys? It's Ridley Carter. I'm a senior cross country and long distance track runner.
This is Riley McCollum, senior basketball player and leading strikeout softball pitcher.
I'm Dylan Patterson, graduating football player and powerlifter.
I'm Ayla Jones, class of 2026 volleyball player.
We would like to thank the Howe Athletic Booster Club for the support of Howe student athletes and encourage anyone interested in helping to join.
Go
Dogs!
If your home or business could talk, what would it say? It may say it would like some privacy or security. Enjoy the beauty and durability of quality fencing from MTE Fence. MTE Fence is a local company specializing in commercial and residential fencing. MTE Fence ranges from wood, aluminum, and chain link fencing. MTE Fence services all of Grayson County and surrounding areas. Go to mtefence.com or call 903-686-9039 for an estimate. MTE Fence has a passion for connection. We are your connection for quality.
33-20. Thanks for joining us tonight. Monty Walker along with Justin White, Jake Roberts, Stephen Braswell, and Malin Walker. Our Love Cottage sideline reporter. Not too far out of a Bulldog uniform.
Not that long ago.
33-20 our score here. Bowie over Howe. And the Tech Wave kickoff is going to be a deep kick. Rogers has it, goes through his arm. He has to backpedal up to the 4, pick it up off the turf, and he's in trouble. And down at the 12-yard line. So Howe will be deep in their own territory once again. They're going to have to go 88 yards to get back on the board. Malin, let's have a chance to talk about what they're going to have to do here.
Well, it's starting to get serious. It's dwindling down in the fourth quarter. They're going to have to make some pass plays. The offensive line is going to have to stop even a 3-man rush. They're going to have to hold up, and the receivers are going to have to make some plays.
So Malin, with a 3-down rush, how are they penetrating so much and putting so much pressure?
I guess they're capitalizing on maybe some injuries and maybe some assignments that are not getting taken care of is my only guess, but the only way to really know is to be in there yourself.
Here's a pass from Bender to Ryland Strong, a quick hitter on the right side. It goes for 3 yards, but not much. You know, it was a quick hitter, and that's exactly what it was, and he was quickly hit by Tyler Ritchie and pushed out of bounds. So 2nd down and 7 coming up for Howe. Trailing by 13 at Bulldog Stadium. Again, this is a Division I school against a Division II school. Bender has it, throws out left, caught, but a great defensive play. Somehow getting away is Howe's receiver over there, which is
Strong again.
So Strong switched sides and went over to the left. No, that's not Strong.
No, that's not Strong. That is it's 13. Looked like
that
12.
Is Kendall O'Brien. O'Brien's had a lot of playing time tonight.
They're trying these quick passes the outside, see if they can get these playmakers in space. But Bowie's not letting them get much after the catch.
Bender on 3rd, hands off to Knox Bounds, who got close to a first down.
5, Knox Bounds.
But shy of it, I think.
Coming up about.
By about
half a yard short of the first down.
2 feet.
Do you go for this? I mean, this is.
You know, there's 9:47 and rolling in this game. You're down by 13.
You're at your own 21-yard line.
They're lining up in Wild Dog. Man goes in motion. And getting the first down is Garrett Rogers, I think. No?
Bender. It's Bender.
Is it Bender?
They went under center and tried to maybe a tush-push type thing, but he found a little hole on that left side.
Timeout on the field by the officials because there's an injured Jackrabbit laying at the 24-yard line. And I don't think this is a cramp. As a matter of fact, I think we're going to take a quick timeout, and we'll let this young man recover. And every time we say that, though, hang on, he gets right back up. All we got to do is say we'll take a timeout, and the injured player jumps back up.
They hear us, they're like,
every time.
They hear us, they're like, I'm good, I'm good.
And that was Tyson Jordan, who was on the ground for a moment, but he's up walking now. He's jumping up in the air, trying to get rid of whatever pain he has.
That's a big conversion. And you know, Howe has sorely been needing a little bit of offense. And maybe that'll just jumpstart them back into this game a little bit.
That was the Deer Creek dealer going right there.
Yes, it was. Here is Bender throwing quick pass Cross rather. And he'll make his way to the 30 before he's pushed back by a lot of white jerseys. But he'll get forward progress
5 on the play.
to the 31-yard line, which is a gain of about 6, or 5 rather. So 2nd down and 5 coming up.
You know, and I was thinking, too, we've seen a lot of strong in the receiving game, but we hadn't seen much across until then. And maybe his first catch of the game.
He's a playmaker. He's someone you want the ball in their hands.
They try to get him involved on these end arounds.
And another tush-push perhaps, but on a 2nd and 5 situation, it's going to get what you would imagine you would get from that, which is about a yard, if any. And it's 3rd down. And Large Marge was late to get up, but finally does. And that's Will Ingram. 3rd down and 4 coming up for Howe.
I'm not sure exactly what the call was there for Howe. I mean, they went quarterback sneak on 2nd and 5.
Or if they expect to maybe catch him napping.
2 receivers to the left, and all kinds of confusion on the offensive side. And Howe has called another timeout.
In a game you're down by 13, 8 minutes to go.
And
you're going to need those timeouts.
You only have 1 left, and you've got 7:59 on the clock. We're going to take a 30-second timeout. We'll be right back.
Hey, Steve here, the Crazy AC Guy. We raise top-notch AC units and train the finest service techs west of the Mississippi. And we got a truly crazy deal for you. Get 0% financing for 60 months for any qualified air conditioning and heating system. You'd have to be crazy like me to miss this deal. So for all your AC and electrical needs, call us at 903-465-2665 or visit us at crazyacguy.com.
The Crazy AC Guy, where crazy meets quality.
7:59 on the clock. Thanks for listening. Monty Walker along with Justin White, Jake Roberts, Stephen Braswell, Malin Walker. 33-20 our score. Bowie in the lead over Howe, who is facing a 3rd and 4 from their own 34-yard line. A huge play here. And I think, Justin, this may be what you were talking about. It could be 2-down territory here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're down by 13. You went forward inside the 22-yard line. You need something right now, and you don't want to give the ball back to Bowie and back to Raider man. So I think this is 4-down territory, even though you're on this side of the field, your side of the field.
Bender will hand off to Knox Bounds, who had a seam for a moment, and I think he's got the 1st down, and he does at the 41-yard line. So you won't have to worry about going forward on 4th here, as Knox Bounds made sure of that with his run over right tackle.
I think at this point, down 2 scores, the clock is starting to become a little bit of a factor for Howe. And they keep kind of getting 3 plays at a time, barely getting the 1st down, and the clock is kind of going away right in front of their eyes.
Ball at the Howe 41-yard line. Bender hands off Knox Bounds again. This time left tackle, right up the middle. Another 10-yard gain. And they'll move the sticks unless they spot him just shy, and they may have spotted him just shy. Actually, no. It's a 10-yard gain. They'll move the sticks. Another 1st and 10, 7:29 on the clock.
2 solid runs by Knox Bounds. That time he got right behind Griffo over at that right tackle spot. He was leading the way and just right on his hip pocket. Bounds on Griffo's hip pocket on that block of that run.
Gage Carr into the game as a slot receiver. Ryland Strong split out wide right. 1st and 10. Bender wants to throw whistles before this one gets underway. And Bender was hit. I could see the play forming. It was not malicious, but there was a hit after the whistles blew, and it was very obvious. And the young man that came across was Tyson Jordan, who hit Bender clearly after the whistle, but the official was standing there.
I wonder if Bender needs to do a better acting job of kind of hitting the ground very dramatically.
But after all that, it's a penalty against Howe, and it'll be 1st down and 15. Now the play clock's already at 16. You got to hurry here. Keep your eye on the play clock. 12. And here's Bender. Sends a man in motion as cross. Fakes it to him, running right. And here's Bender throwing, popping it over to Knox Bounds, and he can't hold on to it. It falls incomplete, stops the clock at 7:04. 33-20 our score. Howe trails.
Knox Bounds.
Bender had to hurry up and get rid of that. He just tried to kind of just barely loft it to Bounds. And I'm not sure Bounds was expecting it or not.
Leads the Bulldogs now second down.
But unable to hold on to it.
For first down.
So now it's second down and 15. Howe moving left to right from our vantage point. Ball at the 46, 4 yards shy of midfield. Bounds in the backfield.
Hurry up.
There's another delay of game. As Bender walked up to the line of scrimmage and said something to his center.
Dead ball foul.
And they couldn't get the ball off in time.
5-yard penalty.
Offensive coaches are not real happy right now about this. This is multiple times we've had this situation, not only tonight but in previous games.
Again, I don't know if this, again, Coach Smith talked about in the pregame show about giving Bender a little bit more of the offense. And I wonder if this is on him or if this is just the coach is not getting the play call in.
Second down and 20 now, and a handoff up the middle to Bounds. He'll get 1, maybe 2. And it's third down and a long way to go.
Knox Bounds carrying for Howe.
And
we have an injury timeout.
We have an injured Bulldog, and we may have an injured Jackrabbit. We have an official timeout as Gage Carr is hopping off the field.
I think Bounds.
We had a lot of people on the turf here.
Really? I mean,
there's 4. It seems like 4 people. At least, I think there was 2 Bulldogs and 2 Jackrabbits.
Bounds still hadn't got up.
I think he's up to his knees now, at least, but he's also on both paws. And he makes his way up. And now he walks off like nothing ever happened. But he's clearly unhappy.
I think he's frustrated about something.
But we do have a Jackrabbit that's still laying on the ground, and he is having some issues, and it's not leg related. Should I say it? We'll take a timeout, and then he'll pop back up.
Go ahead, see what he does.
All right, let's take a quick timeout, and we'll be back in at least 30 seconds.
Buying and or selling your next home or property should be an enjoyable experience. At Texoma Land and Home Team, our commitment to the personal relationship of each transaction ensures communication you expect, while assuring that we'll be here the next time you need us. We're not a big box real estate company by design. This freedom allows us to be fully at your service. Texoma Land and Home Team, Renee Nichols Broker, 903-818-1645. Texoma Land and Home Team, for all your real estate needs, 903-818-1645.
The injured player
Bradley Horton, I believe, is the one being helped
was
off.
Bradley Horton.
Bowie.
But he gets his way up to his feet, and he was walking off to the Bowie bench. And Howe faces a 3rd and 20. Kendall O'Brien will go split out wide to the left. Ryland Strong wide to the right. Bender in the gun with Garrett Rogers right behind him. Bender rolls out right, being chased down from behind. Tucks it, he's going to try to run. Trying for the strip is Metzler. He didn't get the strip. Bender got back to midfield, or got to midfield. But it's going to be 4th down at about 11. After the 9-yard gain, 4th and 12, they'll mark him shy of midfield at the 49. Is this Deer Creek Dealer time?
It looks like it is.
I mean, you're running out of time here. 5:56 on the clock. You need 2 scores. And on 4th down and 12, Howe's going to go for it. Bender drops straight back. No pressure just yet. Can't find anybody. Finds on the run. Garrett Rogers wide open and drops it. At the 26-yard line, it goes in and out of his hands. It was a sure first down. I'm not sure if he'd have been able to keep his balance to make it the rest of the way. Malin was right there and was able to see it.
Oh, he was wide open. He was wide open.
He was wide open, and it looks like he had to go crossbody, turn all the way around, maybe even from the angle of where Deacon Bender was. The ball got in the light, and he lost where it was.
Could he have scored?
There's no telling. He could have easily scored right there if he just would have turned his body right around and just hustled.
But he kind of almost like he leaked out of the backfield, and just everybody lost track of him.
Do you think it's a situation where he was thinking about scoring before he caught the ball?
Maybe, or just, we talk about before, sometimes you're just so wide open, it gets to you.
Here's a handoff to Whitfield up the middle. Mejia misses the tackle, but Gage Carr is right there. And then Garrett Rogers comes flying over the top.
I think Rogers is mad at himself, and so he's playing with his hair on fire.
It'll be a pickup of about 4 to the 45-yard line. Clock continues to roll at 5:16. You only have one timeout if you're a Howe fan. And they're going to run this play clock down as much as they can. We hit the 5-minute mark. There's 12 on the play clock. Raider man 4 yards off the line of scrimmage. Whitfield in the backfield gets it again. Right up the middle and brought down just shy of the first down marker at the 40. And the right-footed spot might give it to him.
Once again carrying for Bowie.
And that's going to be close. The Jackrabbits are signaling first down, but the officials are saying it's a yard short at the 40. Nonetheless, Howe's going to have to figure out a way to get the football back in a hurry.
This is where you're going to get a steady dose of Whitfield. And just when you think you got him figured out, man's going to tuck it and run. So you still got to respect both of them.
4:18 on the clock left to go in the game. 10 on the play clock. 3rd down and 1. The man's going to let it soak down just a little bit. Snaps it at 3 seconds on the play clock. Runs right. Has the first down and more around the sidelines. Look out. He is gone again. Raider man just toyed with the left side of the defense. Turned the quarter and was gone. So that gives us a new score of 39-20. Awaiting a PAT with 3:59 left to go in this football game.
I don't even know if that was a design run because it was a high snap. He didn't get the handoff, or the read was not smooth, and so he just took it around the right side by himself and just outran everybody. For probably the nail in the coffin there. That's probably it.
Word trying to make it 40 on this PAT. It's on the tee. The kick is up. This one's a much better kick, maybe his best one of the night. 40-20. Bowie in the lead with 3:59 left to go in the game. We'll be right back right after this.
No one wants to talk about losing a loved one. The grief that is put on your family is troublesome. Scoggins Funeral Home strives to make that most difficult time the easiest. We want your loved one to be sent off in the best way possible, with your wishes at heart. Call us at 903-482-5225 or visit our website at scogginsfuneralhome.com. 903-482-5225. Our location on Van Alstyne Parkway makes everything close for your needs. 903-482-5225. Scoggins Funeral Home.
Who's your local plumber? Brother Plumber. It's good to know someone local and someone you can trust when your home or office drops the ball.
Main line break, 15 yards.
Brother Plumber is plumb professional and serves not only Howe, but also all of Grayson County. And you can save yourself 10% if you mention Go Bulldogs. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. We'd love to help. Brother Plumber is one call away at 469-968-4487. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. Remember, Go Bulldogs.
40-20, our new score after the touchdown by Raider man. You're going to hear that a lot all season if you're a Bowie fan. You've heard that a lot for the past 2 seasons. Here's the kick by Word. It's going to go deep to Garrett Rogers at the 15-yard line. Coming near side, that's actually Ryland Strong. And he'll push his way past the 30 to the 31-yard line.
Strong returning the Bulldog kickoff.
Got a flag on the play, Monty.
An awfully chippy game
Ball going to be placed on about the 30-yard line.
Seems like every single play you get people on both sides of the ball just kind of pushing and shoving a little bit. And
boy, that whatever you're set up on there is, this board is going to have to be replaced.
Might need to be
I feel like you
retired.
just got it not too long ago.
Yeah, it's not too old, and it's a Mackie, but boy, we're having problems with the mono situation with this
15-yard
board.
penalty being marked off.
That Studio 42 owner needs to cough up some money. Whoever that is.
Bulldogs ball, first and 10. from
So
the 46
after
yard
the
line.
penalty, Howe will now have the ball at the 45-yard line, 46-yard line.
I believe that was a personal foul.
So cross goes in motion. They fake it to him. Bender's going to keep it around the left side. He's hit right in the mouth at the line of scrimmage. And I think that was Metzler again, the first man there.
Deacon Bender, quarterback keeper.
But that, I'll tell you what, that
No gain on the play. Second down.
that defensive line for Bowie, which is Noah Metzler, Tyson Jordan, and William Brown, have to be the MVPs of this game.
3 guys get that much penetration. Shouldn't happen, but it is.
3:15 on the clock. You'd love to see Howe punch it in one more time before this one's over. Bender fakes the pass and now runs and throws, and it is out of bounds. He just heaved it out of bounds because he
Pass is incomplete.
was under pressure from the backside, and that was William Brown breathing right down his neck. 3:03 on the clock as it stops as he gets out of bounds.
I mean, it seems like each pass that he has never had really a clean pocket. He's always rolling to his left, rolling to his right, and having to get rid of it a lot quicker than he'd like to.
You know, sometimes when you schedule all these games against bigger classification schools, you worry. You know, you want to be fairly similar in competition. Here's Bender, can't find anywhere to go with it. Looking. Now he tucks it, and he's going to get hit right about the line of scrimmage. Stays in bounds, so the clock will roll, and it will be 4th down and 11. But when you schedule these games, again, like at bigger schools, you don't want to schedule it where the opponent is so good that it takes away your spirit. You want to schedule them to where you're similar and like size, or at least teams that are like, you can stay in the game.
Right.
But I think Bowie, I keep saying Boyd because that's who we had 2 weeks ago. Boyd did it again. Here's a low snap to Garrett Rogers. I'm going to get this point across here in a minute. The punt rolls inside the 35 and is killed at the 32-yard line. Bowie will have it at least one more possession moving right to left. But you want to be able to play these larger schools, but also keep your morale. You don't want to get a team that's so much better than you that you can't stay on the field with, and you lose your kids before you even get into district. So it's somewhat risky scheduling all of these games against your Boyds and your Bowies and your Pilot Points. But I think Howe can walk away from this game feeling like, hey, they were in the game. And sure, these late touchdowns have made it a 20-point game, but I don't think there's anything to hang your head about after this thing.
Well, I think about it too. This Bowie team, this game was scheduled by previous coaching staff, and this Bowie team went 1-9, I believe, in either 22 or 23. Last year they beat Howe 41-12, so Howe is showing it with a lot of the same players from last year for Bowie. So Howe to be able to stay in this game as long as he did, I think does show you something.
So they were 1-9 in 2023 and 5-5 a year ago.
So when you schedule this game,
they'll move to 2-1 after this.
Yeah. So when you schedule this game in late 2023 or early 2024,
you're scheduling a 1-9 team.
Yeah.
This is far from a 1-9 team.
Yes.
And you also got to look at the game last year, and I know the score was only really like a 1 touchdown difference, but
Here's a handoff. Whitfield up the middle. He's got 9 yards.
Good.
Yeah, I was gonna say the score was it's like a 1 touchdown difference from last year, 41-12 last year and 40-20 this year. But Howe was in this game throughout almost halfway into the fourth quarter, and that's when Man was able to go on his long runs. But
the score is not indicative of how the game went.
Right, and like Bulldog fans and the team itself, they can take away a lot from this game and say, man, we could have won this game if we had just made a few adjustments here and there.
2nd down and 1, a minute and a half left to go in this game. And Man is milking the clock, and here's a flag. It's going to be a false start against Bowie. They'll back it up 5 yards. And we have a lot of Bowie listeners tonight, and I know this is a Howe broadcast, and you know we gear to the Howe Bulldog fans that listen, but I know we have a lot of listeners over there, and that's about 2 hours away, right? So we really love that you're listening, and we're trying not to be too much of homers, and we're talking about how good your team is because they are really good. And here is a handoff on the right edge of the offensive line, brought down right at the line of scrimmage, and we're at a minute now left to go in this thing.
And you talk about bigger schools that Howe will play. They play Pilot Point next week. Pilot Point 2 years ago was an 0-10 team.
They not anymore.
They are a good team now this year. Chad Worrell in his second year, he's a former Pilot Point graduate, and he's won some state championships over there at Brock before coming over here. So he's
got some skins on the wall.
Yeah, so they're not gonna be a team to. There's going to be no slouch next week.
And we have to go over to Massey Stadium. It's going to be the first time in quite some time we've been over there. 3rd down and 6. Snap back and a handoff up the middle. Not anything doing there. It's going to be a loss. And that's going to be your final play of this contest. Tip your hat to the Bowie Jackrabbits. They've got one heck of a team over there west of us. 40-20 our score tonight at Bulldog Stadium. You know, and I think you get a round of applause from the fans here because they know that, you know, this is a rebuilding process. It's not going to happen overnight. But you can obviously tell that the arrow is pointed up. It's not, you know, like I said, it's not going to happen immediately. But you're building the foundation for those W's. You know, you're not going to get the W's immediately, especially in these non-district schedules. But what you're doing is you're building the foundation so that those W's hold upon top of that.
And hopefully you start to see those W's in district. So you kind of take your lumps right now. That's the purpose of non-district. You kind of go into these, iron some things out, kind of look at some similar offenses and defenses that you may play in district, and see what transpires here in about 2 weeks when you take on S&S.
That's little BU. That's BU squared down there with the American flag draped around his neck.
Nice.
We have the Howe School song. Everybody stands, and you know, it is a dejected Howe Bulldog team. Anytime you lose, there's that dejection feeling. But I'm telling you what, as I mentioned a moment ago, the arrow is pointed up for this team. And who, in the grand scheme of things, non-district games don't mean anything as long as you're getting better and building upon what your mission is to accomplish. And I think, you know, we're getting to that point of seeing this team take those steps to that next level.
Yeah, I feel like I was going to say, I think week by week you can tell they're getting better. The Boyd game was not a great game, but you know, we talked about it on the air. They were playing like a team that just got their coach 60 days ago.
Yeah.
You know, you got a sophomore quarterback in there that's getting better each week. And so, I mean, there's going to be some adjustments, some growing pains, but we're seeing improvement week by week. And you hope here, again, like here in 2 weeks when they start against S&S, that all that will the good works will show.
Malin, you were down there on the sidelines amongst the players. How, you know, obviously in a loss, you're not in the best of moods. We got Jake Smith coming up here. We're going to interview with Jake Smith. Here we go.
Hey, I got an interview with Coach Smith. Coach, this was not the result we wanted tonight. Just talk about that.
Well, I think it's obviously a disappointing outcome because you end up losing by 3 possessions when you go into the fourth quarter. The start of the fourth quarter, we created like 3 or 4 turnovers defensively. Felt like we played pretty well all night for about almost three full quarters. And it's 27-20 going into the fourth quarter. You feel really good about it. Defense was stopped them a few times across midfield, and, you just feel really good about it. But unfortunately, we just had too many misses on offense. Kicking game got a little bit better this week. We obviously stole possession on kickoff return where we scored, but just disappointed like how sloppy the game was.
Coach, this team played really well despite the loss. Where does this program go from here?
Well, I think biggest thing is that because the kids have lost so much, we got to be able to continue in them and let them know that there's a lot of really bright spots where we did get better. Those last 2 touchdowns were on Charles Furr, and he's probably if my kids ever end up going to high school and ending up being like a Charles Furr, then I'll do a really good job as a father, because he's an outstanding human being, and he's one of the most kids that you can trust whenever you make a call. And we stunted right into it twice, and he didn't do his job, and that's disappointing. I'm sure Charles is hurting, but at the end of the day, we just got to stick with it and be consistent, and that starts with us coaches.
All right, thank you so much, Coach.
Good job, Malin. So you were down there on the sidelines with the players. Disappointment, I'm sure, from the players. Did they ever feel like did you sense that they ever felt like they were just out of it and checked out?
You know what? No, and that's really rare for a Howe team. Well, let's face it. I'm a vet at this. They've been fighting all game long. Hey, from whistle to whistle, and even after, you've seen it. They've been chirping all game long. This was a very aggressive football game, and that's something you like to see. Sometimes teams, they go lay down and die. This Howe Bulldog team never did that once. Nope. That's something to grow from, and that's something to really be proud of.
That's a good sign.
Yeah,
because,
it is.
We've seen those Howe teams when it, unfortunately Malin had to play in that little Big 12. Mm-hmm. They did not have a chance to win. In the midst of that 22-game losing. So I'm sure the coaches never told them that, but they never had a chance to win against Mount Vernon and Mineola and Winsboro. And those games were over before they got on the bus. And those teams, because they took that whipping week after week after week after week, at some point in the third quarter, the quit happened. Sometimes in the second quarter, the quit can happen because those teams were so much better. The playing field is a little bit more level, even though Bowie is a bigger school, but being able to hang with them like they did in this game, and as Malin said, have that attitude towards the end of the game and never having that give up feeling is a positive sign for this program. And, it starts at the top. Mm-hmm. And, hats off to Jake Smith once again, as he is revitalizing, everything west of the railroad tracks right here, it seems.
Resiliency. I think that's a good word for the Bulldogs. They showed some resiliency. And a couple of small things, but I give credit to Coach Smith, who's willing to talk to Malin, be interviewed.
Yeah.
I mean, the last thing you want to do is talk to media when you get beat.
Right,
But good credit for him to just answer a couple of questions for Malin. And then two, we noticed this a couple of weeks ago. The kids aren't on the field with the parents. They're back to the locker room. They're going back to the locker room. We're not,
Those days are over.
Yeah, we're not sitting here celebrating. I say celebrating, but just, talking to mom and dad on the field.
Well, we're in the, by the way, we're in the Texas Land home team post-game show. That's one thing that would drive me nuts.
Yeah.
Is after a loss, everybody out there glad handing and taking pictures and all that, it's like it doesn't hurt.
Right.
And for me, especially when I was a player, when we lost, it hurt, and it should hurt. And we never really saw that from previous teams. But and you don't get a chance to see that here with this group. It looks like they hurt, and they go in the locker room and they deal with it there.
And Coach Smith, again, I talked about giving him credit for talking, but you can sense the frustration in his voice as well. That he's willing to talk to us and everything, but he's not happy about the way things played out.
And he called out Charles Furr.
Yeah, so he's
poor Charles Furr.
So talking about how good of a human being he is, but he missed an assignment, So I mean, and I wonder if that's something about just bringing the culture here to say, hey, you guys aren't losers. You know, this is we're gonna turn this thing around, and I don't want to get used to losing.
But what I do know about Jake Smith, and I don't know him well. Obviously, I've only been around him for a couple of months, and in between that period, it's been a few times.
Mm-hmm.
But what I have learned about him is that, you know, talking about Charles Furr tonight, there's going to be a game where Charles Furr has a big play, and he's going to be the guy who spotlights Charles Furr. That will happen. You know, it's one of those. It's kind of like parenting. You know, you have to get on them, and then at some point you have to love on them more than what you got on them.
Yeah.
You know, and coaching and parenting is very similar.
You got to discipline at times and praise them at times.
Yep. And you know, you often have to praise them more after the discipline.
True.
You know, that this hurts me worse than it hurts you.
Right.
It's in every parent's handbook.
Right.
So we're going to take a quick time out. When we come back, we're going to have stats with Braz, and we're going to have some highlights, and we'll see you in 60 seconds.
Buying and or selling your next home or property should be an enjoyable experience. At Texoma Land and Home Team, our commitment to the personal relationship of each transaction ensures communication you expect, while assuring that we'll be here the next time you need us. We're not a big box real estate company by design. This freedom allows us to be fully at your service. Texoma Land and Home Team, Renee Nichols Broker, 903-818-1645. Texoma Land and Home Team, for all your real estate needs, 903-818-1645.
Here's some things to never mess with if you're not a trained professional. Caging a bulldog. Removing copperheads. And electricity. Don't get shocked. Call Rapid Electric. Rapid Electric is here for all your electrical needs. Just like you wouldn't try to become a pro boxer or president.
Give me a break.
You need a pro to keep your electricity humming. Don't get shocked. Rapid Electric serves the Grayson County area. Call them at 903-421-8100.
Welcome back to Bulldog Stadium, as it has just about cleared out. The Bowie coolers and all of that on the far sideline are being drug across Bulldog Stadium. Let's do some highlights if you're ready for that, Mr. Jake Roberts.
I am ready for that. Get it queued up right now.
Let me grab this iPad, otherwise known as an iPad. We'll start with, Howe started the football game with the ball, and then they gave it back over, or gave it to Boyd for the first time. Bowie. I've been doing that all night long.
It's
Bowie.
A reoccurring theme.
Gosh. Let's see. Can I read that? Okay. Bowie, on their first possession, were not able to hang on to the football. Is that right? Okay.
That should be.
Man rolls out right, wants to throw, under pressure, stops, ducks a defender, comes back near side, on the move, and brought down right at the 30-yard line. Howe says they have the football.
Fumble on the play.
No indication yet from the official, and now there is. Howe has the football.
Fumble on the play.
And they capitalized on it on the very next possession, as Howe was going for the jugular early. In motion was Cross, and now a pass. Ryland Strong makes the catch of the 8. Strolls in over the G in Bulldogs. And it's touchdown time in Texas. That made it 7-0, our first score of the night. And then Bowie got the ball back again, and this happened. Man rolls out that way, wants to throw, has Phillips open, makes the catch, ball's on the ground, and Ryland Strong picks it up. On the move, still fighting, past the 50, still on his feet, and out of bounds at the 41-yard line. Howe capitalized again, as it was Knox leaps and bounds for his third touchdown of the year. There's Knox Bounds on his way for a score. Breaks through up the middle. It is touchdown time in Texas. 22 yards for Knox Bounds. And Howe takes a 13-0 lead with 4:59 left to go in quarter number 1, awaiting a PAT. My goodness. Justin White.
Man, this offensive line, after getting whiffed in week 1 has come to play the last 2 weeks. They get a.
So that was the celebration. Howe goes up 14-0, and then they turn it over to Bowie, who we start the Raider Man show.
Man's going to keep it around the left edge, and he's in right on the H and Howe. And the Jackrabbits are on the board.
That made it 14-7, and then, you know, it's not only the Man show, it's also the Tyler Ritchie show, and boy, did he have another night against Howe.
Man wants to throw on 2nd down and 8. Flushed out of the pocket, rolling right, still on the run, throws it in the end zone, and it's going to be a diving catch and a touchdown.
Tyler Ritchie on that reception. At that point, he had 5 touchdowns against Howe in 5 quarters. Bowie got the ball back again, and once again, it was Tyler Ritchie.
Play here. Quick pass is going to be caught by Tyler Ritchie, and he escapes in the middle of the field and scores.
Touchdown, Bowie.
27-yard touchdown from Man to Ritchie. And
that
Ritchie
gave Bowie their first lead of the night, 20-14, a missed PAT. They weren't done scoring in the first half as Raider Man found Keeler.
1st and 10, left to right. Raider Man floats out left, comes back right, squares his shoulders. He's on the move. Now he throws it, and it's going to be caught down the sidelines. Look out. Lots of space, and in for the touchdown, it appears. And it was Kyle Keeler on the reception there and did all the dancing down the sidelines. But Howe wasn't done. They had one last kick return. What had happened is Garrett Rogers had been injured or had some calf cramping. So they inserted Knox Bounds into his position on the kick return, and it paid off in wonders. Word on for the Tech Wave kickoff, going to be taken by guess who? No, that's not Garrett Rogers. That's Knox Bounds, and he's off to the races. Kiss him good. Knox Bounds gap with 5 seconds remaining before the half on a kick return.
Boy, that is what you needed.
Stop it.
And that did stop the first half and left us with a 27-20 score. Bowie in the lead. We come back in the second half, not much scoring at all. None on the House. Well, yeah, none on the House side. And but Howe did have some good plays in the second half.
Handoff up the middle to Whitfield, and Howe has the football. A fumble on the play, and Brevin Mayo comes up with it. Ball in his right palm, and he gets hugs everywhere.
Brevin Mayo with a huge game tonight on defense. But again, Bowie comes back, and it's Raider Man, and he puts the final 2 nails in the coffin for the Bowie Jackrabbits. Here's the first one.
Man in the gun from his own 31. And he's going to keep it around the right edge, and he's got a lot of green turf in front of him. 1st down and more down the sidelines. And he's going to get some yardage here, and he's going to get some points here.
That made
79 yards, 60.
That made it 33-20. Bowie in the lead. And then the final touchdown of the night was a 38-yarder, again by Raider Man.
Snaps it at 3 seconds on the play clock, runs right, has the 1st down, and more around the sidelines. Look out. He is gone again. Raider Man just toyed with the left side of the defense, turned the quarter, and was gone.
And that gave us our final score, 40-20, Bowie over Howe here at Bulldog Stadium here, the Texas Land and Home Team post-game show. We're going to take a quick timeout, and then we'll come back with Stats with Braz.
Anchors with a Z Boat and RV Storage is located 1 mile off of U.S. Highway 75 in Howe, Texas. Anchors Boat and RV Storage is proud to bring personal, small-town customer service to the growing area of North Texas. With both open and covered parking available, locally owned and operated, members of the Howe Area Chamber of Commerce and the Texas Self-Storage Association. Anchors Boat and RV Storage has 20 amp power available and is manager occupied at 311 Old Highway 6 in Howe. Visit anchorsboatrvstorage.com or call 903-444-2500.
Welcome back. Final here in Howe, Texas. The Bulldogs fall to Bowie 40-20 tonight. You are in the Texoma Landon Home Team post-game show, and it's time for a little bit of stats with Braz. What do you got for us?
Okay, so hear me all right? Okay. For how they ended up with Bender ended up 11 of 18 for 94 yards. Had 33 rushes for 55 yards. That's pretty low rush total. One thing that killed us was 11 penalties for 92 yards.
Yeah, that certainly was a factor, especially in that second half.
Exactly. Ended up with a total of 149 yards. I was looking back when we played Bowie last year. We had 147 yards, so we did have a couple of yards more.
Okay.
But the score was a whole lot better. As far as Bowie goes, they were passing. Man was 16 of 28 for 224 yards, and they had 35 rushes for 238. One of the big positive takeaways stat for the week for the Howe was the fact that they forced 4 fumbles and recovered 3 of them. So that's pretty good defense on that.
Well, and that's going to keep you in football games, and you definitely saw that tonight. They were able to stay in this game all the way until late in the fourth quarter.
That's true. That's true. As far as Bowie, they had 6 penalties for 44 yards, so the game got pretty sloppy there towards the end. They ended up with a total of 462 yards of offense.
Wow.
So individual leaders for Howe, rushing wise, we had Bounds, 13 rushes, 64 yards, a touch. Cross, 3 rushes for 2 yards. Bender, 14 for 5, and a lot of those, he sacked probably about 3 times, I think it was.
Yeah, and it seemed like he had a defender in his face pretty much every time he tried to run.
Every time he turned around. Receiving wise, Strong had 7 for 81 yards and the 1 touchdown. Stoner had 1 for 10. Rack and Cross had 1 for 4. O'Brien had 1 for 1 yard, and Knox Bounds, he had a rough time on the receiving end, 1 for -2.
All right, you're in the Texas Landon Home Team post-game show. Stephen, give us your final thought for tonight's football game.
They looked pretty good in the first 3 quarters. It seemed like it fell apart a little bit in the fourth quarter. The 11 penalties really hurt a lot.
Yeah.
Because there was probably 3 of those that were personal foul 15-yarders.
Well, not only that, I think you had 3 or 4 delay of games.
Yes, it seemed like, although one of those was a quick whistle.
Was it?
Anyways.
Yeah. Okay. Justin White, Jake Roberts, how about your final thought?
Yeah, and for Howe, I think this was a very positive game for Howe. I know the scoreboard says they lost by 20. It didn't feel like they lost by 20. They played up in this contest tonight, and I think there's a lot to look at and just be impressed with the Bulldogs. Like you mentioned, the 4 turnovers, and they were able to score in important positions, and the defense is really where you can look at, and that's really an improvement from last year.
Yeah, I agree. Justin White?
I think I talked about resilience. They stayed with it. They stuck with it. The other side of that, though, is you had some chances to take control of this game, and you let it get away, and that's going to really tick you off when you watch the film back on this and look at the opportunities you had. You had 3 turnovers that your defense got. You scored 14 points in the first 5 minutes of the game, and then you didn't score really on offense the rest of the game. You had the Knox Bounds kickoff return right before
no touchdowns on
first
offense.
Half. So, after that first 5 minutes, you didn't score on offense. You barely got past midfield.
Yeah.
And so you just had opportunities. Again, they're bright spots. They look good. They stay resilient. Give credit to the defense for sticking in with it. But you're also going to be mad that you had chances to win this game and you didn't take advantage of it.
Well, I'll flip it over to the positive side on my final thought. I think that actually, let Malin go first. Malin, give us your final thought.
Well, do you want a final thought on the defensive dominance of the first half with 2 turnovers and holding that great offense to very little, or do you want to display that defensive masterclass on both sides in the third and first half of the fourth quarter where nothing was getting done? Or do you want to harp on, Ryder Man going away for big yards? I mean, there was just so much to talk about. This defense really did well. What I want to focus on is this offense. No offensive touchdowns, multiple delay of games, and some personal yards. That has to get fixed up if you want to have a winning football team. You have to put your men in the end zone.
Yeah, and they did capitalize in the first 5 minutes of the game or so, and that was going to be my final thought of focusing on the bright side here, is that when they did get opportunities early in the game and they got the 2 fumbles early, they did capitalize on them, and they did use the offense to get in the end zone. They went for the jugular, as we mentioned early in the game, with Deacon Bender to Ryland Strong to start the scoring of this football game, and then Knox Bounds got into the action. But they had more opportunities as the game went, as you mentioned, Justin, and weren't able to capitalize on. Give credit where credit's due. The Bowie Jackrabbits are a good football team. They made great adjustments as the game went on. And I think we can all agree that they're the better football team that was of the 2 on the field tonight. But not always do the best teams win, and Howe had their chances to pull this one out away from that Bowie Jackrabbit football team. But Howe's going to be 1-2 headed to Pilot Point next week. And if you thought you had a challenge this week, hang on, baby, because it's going to be tough.
It's not getting easier next week.
And we're going to be cram-packed into Massey Stadium. I don't know if they've upgraded their press box facilities over there since we've been over there last, but I do remember Stephen Braswell and Michael Mosier putting the crowd mic on one of their flags because we didn't have anywhere to put the crowd mic. So we'll try to test that out again and see if we can do that. But
I think the last time I was there was my first year doing sideline. I think that was the last time I was there.
Yeah.
Last time Howe was there probably.
I'm not too fond of Massey Stadium. That led to a knee replacement years later.
Oh no.
But hey, the final score here tonight: 40-20. Bowie wins it, and they outclassed Howe in the second half. I would say Howe won the first quarter. I'd say both teams kind of slugged it out in the second quarter, but Bowie clearly won the second half and put this game away. And they've got a long bus ride back over to Bowie, Texas. And I want to thank all those Bowie listeners who stuck it out tonight, having to put up with a Howe Bulldog broadcast, because we do love our Howe Bulldogs.
Definitely.
There's no secret about that. So for excuse me. So for everyone who's been a part of this one, including Malin Walker, Jake Roberts, Stephen Braswell, Justin White, I'm Monty Walker. So long, everybody.
You've been listening to the Texas Land and Home Realty Team post-game show. Howe Bulldogs football is a product of Studio 42. The full replay of the game will be available within minutes on the same link on YouTube. Howe Bulldogs football is brought to you by Scoggins Funeral Home, Baker Air Conditioning and Heating, South State Bank, GCEC, Sonic of Howe. Also brought to you by Brother Plumber, Rock Hill Investments, MTE Fence, Centurion American, Ed Meacham State Farm, Rapid Electric. Also brought to you by All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights, TechWave, First Baptist Church of Howe, Kingdom Inflatables, Anchors Boat and RV Storage, The Love Cottage. Also brought to you by Howe Athletic Booster Club, Michelle Carney Photography, Texoma Land and Home Team, The Crazy AC Guy.
Turn out the lights. The party's over. They say that all